Last night was one of the most bizarre nights I've ever had. First of all, I was trying to get as many miles as I could between the border, which is about 3 miles that way, and here. And so I hiked till it was almost too dark to see, and the trail's just over there about 20 feet. So I came over here behind this bush and just threw myself and my gear down on the ground. Spent the first 5 or 10 minutes picking out these little chiggers. This grass around here has these little barbed seeds like needles, and they get into everything, and I had to pick it out of my shirt, my socks, everything. Everything's covered with these things. And I went to bed. I didn't bother to clean up, brush my teeth, or even eat supper. I just climbed into my sack. And then the mosquitoes and other bugs became a problem. And I didn't realize that there was going to be a bug problem down here. And so I tried the first, most obvious thing. I pulled the sleeping bag over my head because I didn't bring a net. And of course that never works. And then suddenly I realized that my pack is made of mesh, and so I pulled that over my head like this, and it worked beautifully. And I was just so relieved and happy that a pack can have a use after you've used it to carry things. And so I lay here, and I'm just so wound up because everything new, new sounds, and finally I drift off to sleep probably after midnight, and I suddenly wake up with a start, and I hear this rustling noise, and the first thing that comes to my mind is it sounds like a snake, because it's this constant of brush or grass being pushed down, and I thought it was under my ground cloth here, so I'm pounding around, trying to scare it away, and it doesn't affect it at all. In fact, it's getting louder and louder, and I sit up and I look over there in the woods, and I realize that it's coming from there, and it because it was growing in intensity, it reminded me of like a deer or a bear or some big animal that's just plodding through the brush. It's getting louder and louder. My heart's starting to pound. I'm looking around for my flashlight. I can't find it. It's getting louder. All of a sudden, and all this time the moon is shining, and I can pretty much see what's going on. And all of a sudden, out of the woods comes one man, and then more are starting to come up through the ravine there. And they had warned us before I started the trail about drug smugglers stealing hikers' food and warning us not to camp in certain places. And so that's what's going through my mind. And I didn't know what to do, and so all of a sudden I just say, "Hello," and they freeze in their tracks. I can hear a little bit of talking. They're looking up this way, and it's one of those instances where I kind of see my life going in front of me there. And then I realized I have to disarm them somehow, so I said, come on. And they paused a second, and then they started coming up this way. And I didn't know what was going to happen, but I just stayed laying down in my sleeping bag. I didn't turn my light on or anything. And they just walked up this path here. Here they are. It's like 15 Mexicans escaping from the border, men and women both. And so as they go by, I just say, good luck. And they just kind of mumble something, and they go on up that way and keep going. And so I'm just so thankful that people are praying for me back home. Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep last night because that's all I heard from that point on was rustling of the brush. So, what can I say? Here I am now in a motel room, and I've been doing nothing but laying down and drinking water for about the last 12 hours. Yesterday morning, my first full day on the trail in 100-degree plus weather, I was starting to feel really weak, and I found myself taking rests about every 5 minutes or so. And I, at one point, leaned up against this rock in this little bit of shade, and the next thing I knew, I was lying face down in the dirt, and I had passed out, which is the first time that's ever happened to me. And I don't even know how long I was lying there, but my water bag that I'd been carrying had lost what little water was left in that, but I still had maybe 3 quarts of water on me. And so I decided that I needed to get off the trail, and the closest road was about 5 miles away. So for the next 5 or 6 hours, I just would walk as far as I could and then lay down in some shady place for a half hour or so, and then get back up and walk some more. And I finally got a ride by somebody, and they took me to a motel here. And so I'm a massive confusion right now. I don't know exactly what to do. I'm obviously not acclimated to this this heat out here. I came from Pennsylvania, where I think we'd had one 70-degree day so far this year, to out here where every day is over 100 degrees. And I just don't know whether I should continue on or skip this section of Southern California and jump up to the middle section later on in the summer. I know what it feels like now for people who try to do long distance hiking and have to dump out for whatever reason, some sort of an injury. My mind has been a big enemy of mine all day long yesterday. Just constant warfare going on there. What am I doing this for? I'd like to drink more water, but I can't afford to because it's a 20-mile stretch. The sun is relentless. I'm carrying too much weight. What am I carrying this video gear for? I don't know. I'm just going to spend the next 24 hours or so continuing to just lay down, drink, and relax. Oh, God. I don't feel much of anything other than just utter relief. Utter relief that I don't have to walk 12, 14 hours a day. I'm just very happy that it's done. My body is just barely holding on. My feet are very sore and blistered from walking the past 6 days in rain. I'm tired of fighting the bugs. My knees, what keeps them going is taking Advil for the pain. I've started getting the runs from my food. I haven't been sleeping well at night because of the cold and the damp. I am basically totally exhausted. And I'm just so happy to be here and so thankful. So thankful to God for guiding me all the way, and very thankful for the people back home that mailed the food, and the people back home that were writing and praying for me. And I don't plan to do any more long distance hiking. Ask me in 5 years.
Moving in silent desperation, keeping an eye on the Holy Land. A hypothetical destination. Say, who is this walking man? Well, the leaves have come to turn in, and the goose has gone to fly, and bridges are for burning, so don't you let that yearning pass you by. Walking man, the walking man walks, well, any other man stops and talks, but the walking man walks. Well, the frost is on the pumpkin, and the hay is in the barn, yeah, and Pappy's come to rambling on, stumbling around, drunk down on the farm. And the walking man walks, he doesn't know nothing at all. Any other man stops and talks, but the walking man walks on by, walk on by. And most everybody got seeds to sow. It ain't always easy for a weed to grow. No, no, but he don't hold the rope for no one. The sure one's always missing, and something is never quite right. Ah, but who would want to listen to you kissing his existence goodnight? Walking man, walk on by my door. Well, any other man stops and talks, but not the walking man. He's the walking man, born to walk on walking man. Well, now, would he have wings to fly? Yeah. Whoa, is he free? Golden wings against the sky.
I don't know that there's any way to get in trail shape without actually going out on a trail.
I work as a mailman. That works good. But definitely it's good to do sports. Whatever you like, do it. I don't think you have to walk with a backpack when you're training yourself. Go and run, go, of course, walk if you want to, swimming, whatever. But it's good to be in good shape.
If you can do as much as possible, do it. It's going to make the hike easier, and if it's easier, it's going to be more enjoyable. If your feet don't hurt, you're going to have a good time. If your muscles aren't sore after every day of hiking, you're going to enjoy it. I think some people are able to quit their jobs or work around their jobs so they are able to go out and precondition. I had a lot of trouble with that. I work a long week and I didn't get as much opportunity to train as I wanted to. You can always, condition when you're out here, but I think you have to recognize that you're not in condition. Don't come out the first couple weeks expecting to do big miles if you're a big mileage person, because that can ruin it. You can cause some injuries and you may be over with.
On the first hike, I didn't pay much attention to it. I was working and I was caught up in the pre-planning of it, and I had a lot of questions that just could not be answered until I was on the trail. So I was caught up in that part of the trip, and I neglected the conditioning part. But this time around was different. We learned our lesson, and we spent a good 2.5 months training, and it made a world of difference for us.
Concentrate on what you're going to carry in your pack. Think of the things that you don't need, and that kind of conditioning it's 90% mental, 10% physical out here, and it's being in the right frame of mind where you're going to really have an opportunity to kind of push through some of the mental anguish you're going to do. So an injury is the only thing that can really take you off the trail. The other 90% are things that you're thinking about that are going to take you off, and so those are the things you should prepare for. And go on backpacking trips, some weekend backpacking trips. Make sure it's the thing you want to do. Make sure it's in your heart. If it's not in your heart, you shouldn't be out here.
If you're in reasonable shape right now and you're thinking about doing it, then I don't think there's an awful lot you can do to get ready, because there's nothing that can really get you used to the day-to-day grind of doing 20 plus miles a day. Because I tell you that within a month's time you'll be a whole lot fitter than you were, and even if you do all this work, you'll get out on the trail and all of a sudden you realize that you didn't really do enough anyway.
I was doing hikes of 6 to 8 miles every day, but that's not enough. There's you hope you're in shape to a degree, but you're going to get sore because you just can't replicate that kind of length of physical activity and that nature of it. You don't want to. I don't want to walk up hills flat-footed all the time. It's slow. So, but with a pack, you just end up doing it that way. So you end up using your muscles a little bit differently.
I worked at a ski resort in Colorado, and I'd load my pack up and wake up at 5 in the morning and walk 7 miles to work, and then work all day and telly all day, and then walk back home and whatever. It was good. People were impressed, but I don't know how much it really helped me. My brother didn't do anything and started out with me, and we both kept up fine. He probably kept up better than I did. So
I realized that the mountain biking and cross country doesn't really transfer over into backpacking, having the pack on and hiking uphill and that type. So I would recommend doing preconditioning if you can and are motivated to, but then again I would say if you aren't, I think it's more of a mental thing. If you want to do this hike and you want to finish it, you will.
You need to strengthen the muscles in your feet, in your arch, in your ankles by hiking over uneven surfaces. Don't hike down the sidewalk, a flat sidewalk, it's not going to work. And once you get these feet built up good and get a bunch of blisters behind you, you're going to get blisters anyway. So don't worry about it. They'll come. They'll heal. You'll get calluses. But get the training in and hike a bunch of hills.
I think it's a great idea, But my philosophy is, why hurt twice when you can hurt once? So I don't.
A lot of people say, well, the way to break into the trail is to get out on the trail and break into the trail. And that's true on the Appalachian Trail where you've got a lot of time. But the fact is, starting out from Campo, you're going to be pretty quickly forced into doing some 20-mile days. Most people on the AT hike for like 6 weeks or so before they start doing mileage in the 20s. On this trail, I did a 19.5-mile day my third day out. So the water governs how far you're going to be going, and your body has got to be able to meet those expectations and demands. So I would say be in the best shape that you can be, and don't kid yourself about the kind of condition that you're in.
The thing you have to keep in mind, especially when you start, is that you're responsible for yourself and you're responsible for your hiking partner out there. So I don't buy at all the argument, well, I'm going to get in shape out there, because if you're my hiking partner and I break my ankle and I'm up on some dry stretch and you're the one who has to go down to that ranger station and have someone bail my sorry ass out of there, I want you to be in the best shape possible. And so I think under any circumstances, the best shape you can get yourself into is your obligation to do this before you go out.
My pack weight was between 15 and 25 pounds, and I would say, and that's with food, it's like 25 pounds with a lot of food, I would say, and then 15 pounds with no food at all, just empty pack and no water. So I would say around there has my weight been all the time, and for me it's been very comfortable, and I still felt like I had everything. I wasn't missing, like being cold or wet sometimes. I felt like I always had everything I needed. And also I think it's very good to have a lightweight pack, because it's good for your ankles, your knees, your shoulders. You can enjoy the hiking much more than if you have a very heavy pack.
I like to be comfortable. I've been out there and been uncomfortable, and it's not fun. It does make you want to go home. So I bring the tent, I bring the thermarest, the stove, the heavy sleeping bag. I'm prepared for almost any kind of weather that comes along. I know I can make it through it.
I gotta hand it to lightweight people, how you do it with, you know, your toothbrush and your bag of food, your sleeping bag, and maybe a tarp is beyond me. You move fast, you move quick. One thing, but I'm really happy to kind of carry some of the extra things that I have. It's, I'm always working on pack weight too, but there's some things that I can't do without that I think kind of add to my trip.
I am not an ultralight by any stretch, and but for some people that's their comfort level. They want to do really fast hiking. You know, I think that there is a range of pack weight which it really doesn't matter, between, you know, 25 to 35 pounds. I think that basically you're going to be able to do the same amount of miles that you want to, because you're walking, you know. You just condition your body for that and you're fine. When you go over 35 pounds, 40 pounds, 45 pounds, that definitely has an effect on how many miles you can do. When you go underneath 25 pounds, you're going to have an effect on your comfort level. And it's going to definitely affect your kind of trip. But I don't, you know, I'm not an ultralight because you take a lot more risks and chances being an ultralight. You know, guys like Wolf who are carrying those little day packs, I think he's basically rolling dice. And he's accustomed to being cold. He's accustomed to going hungry. He's accustomed to that. I'm not. I don't like that. It's not comfortable.
I like stuff. I don't like skimping.
I much more enjoy the lightweight. Not that I was not enjoying when I carried a heavier pack, but I found during the course of the trip, for weekend trips, I think carrying 50 pounds would be okay, because you're not going that far. Well, 10 miles is pretty far. You're going 10 miles, and you spend a lot more time in camp. so having the niceties would maybe be more beneficial because you use them more. But I found on this trip for me, I'm not in camp that long awake. I'm in so-called camp maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours max. And that time is spent usually writing, cleaning my feet, and then just laying down and looking at the stars, and I'm asleep in no time. So I don't have time to like read a book or need a candle lantern or things like that that you would normally bring on a weekend trip. So I think for long distance hiking, the lighter you go, the more enjoyable your time on the trail is.
I read up on some lightweight backpacking books, and I picked and choose what was right for me. I know I carry a 7-pound backpack, but which is a lot of weight for a backpack, but the comfort is tremendous, and I haven't had major knee problems. And I definitely do know that the lighter you are, the faster you can go. That's pretty apparent. And the thing is, I'm still working on it. So I'm still in the process of learning all the techniques that are still new, even to this trail.
You know, we traveled pretty heavy, but like I said, we were splitting gear. But we also like our comforts. It's nice having a tent to, you know, when you're stuck in a tent in a rainstorm or a snowstorm, and so you have room to move around in. It adds a little bit of weight, but it's worth the comfort.
I think, again, it depends on what you're out there for. If you like hiking, 20 or 30 miles a day, then go as light as possible. But I do enjoy some of the camping, too. I want to get to a nice spot and relax and not worry about the weather or the bugs. So I'm definitely going to be a standard. I do try to keep the weight down because it's not fun trying to carry 60 pounds. That'll make you go home as easily as too much cold or wet weather, too. But, it's kind of a middle-of-the-road thing. I keep it as light as I can, but with the comfort that I feel is necessary to keep me out here.
I definitely have good days and bad days, and I'm on a roller coaster from the start of the trip, from start to finish, I think.
Every so often, I get into a state and I really want to stop hiking because I'm sick of it.
I've talked to people that say, no, I never thought about going home. I never thought about quitting. And that's really hard for me to believe, but when I do try to believe it, I don't think those people got as much out of this trip as the ones that got beat down.
If you deny the bad days, they just sort of build up, and those are the people that I think just sort of one day get off the trail, and stop hiking.
I've had quite a few really bad days, and mostly I haven't seemed to have been in a funk for a long period of time, but I've had really intense bad days, and I just remind myself that those days pass. And honestly, on the really bad days, I just look forward to going to sleep at night and hope that the next day's better. But bad days happen no matter where you are, so it's no reason to get off the trail.
After you get through the desert, you're still fresh, but then you look forward to the Sierras, the high Sierras. No problem getting excited about that. You're anxious, you're raring to go. Every new pass is a new challenge. And I had good weather, and being a photographer, that was the exciting part for me. But after that, I was starting to more look forward to seeing my girlfriend on occasion to California. When that finished, when I couldn't see her anymore, and then going to Oregon, I started to get more of a mental kind of dreariness, what I'd call it. It wasn't depression, it was just everyday effect. Oregon wasn't that exciting, not that much to photograph, and I found myself just kind of like going through the motions.
Through California, I was pretty, still having a very good time because it was very scenic. You got a lot of views as you kind of rewarded for climbs because you came up on a peak and you could see for miles and nobody around. And then when I hit Oregon and kind of experienced my first rainy days of hiking in the rain, and even though it's flat, you're in trees all day, so you can only see as far as the next tree. And I did get a little down thinking, well, come on, let's see something, you know. I got not depressed, just it wasn't as fun as before.
It seems like the Sierra is what everyone is motivated to get to and to see. And when you come out of the Sierras, you have that letdown into the dry, hot areas of Northern California. And going through the trail's not as good. It's brushy, it's rocky, you stare at Mount Shasta for a month. And so it mentally wears down on you. And for me, I also had a bout of sickness at the same time. My feet were aching because all of a sudden your feet are hotter and drier. And so it seems like the blisters that you thought you had worked through are back up again. And so for me, everything was just wearing me down.
Oh, the weather sucks. It's uphill. It's foggy. It's overcast. It's miserable. And then we're along the knife ridge, and it opened up, and all of a sudden, to the right of you, to the left of you, are these canyons. Absolutely gorgeous, fantastic. And I'm snapping pictures left and right. It's still blowing, it's still kind of cool, but the sun's coming through, and it's really nice. And that kind of like, yeah, this is why I'm out here.
You get to the Oregon border, and it's that big mental goal. You're changing states, and just getting near there, even not even necessarily just not crossing the border, just lifts you up.
If I start thinking too much about how far this trip is, then I get really down. I get totally bummed out. So what I have to do is make little teeny goals that build up to this big goal that we're doing. And so some of the little teeny goals are in the morning after I eat my breakfast, okay, it's 2 hours till my first snack, and that's what I'm doing. That's all I'm thinking about. I'm not thinking about that I have 400 more miles to hike, whatever. So that keeps me up. And, then if you're ever getting down for some other reason, usually you can just look up and look around where you are, and it's awesome.
A lot of people have no sense of the geography of this trail. I don't mean the technical sense, but I've met people who used Ray's book or just used some arithmetic formula. I'm going to do 23 miles a day, and they're entering Oregon, and when I say to them, well, are you looking forward to Crater Lake? They'd say, oh, is Crater Lake coming up? And then you'd have a conversation, and they would perhaps not be sure whether Crater Lake was at the beginning or the end of the state. Well, it's a 500-mile state, and Crater Lake is way down the south end. That's just an example, and I think that it's good to sit through the guidebook and even to buy the Forest Service maps, study the route, so you not memorize it, but you have some sense of what the major geographic features are. And it's also psychological good because if you're going through the clear cuts down in southern Oregon and the BLM land, and Crater Lake is a natural phenomenon like almost no other, there's very few things like that, that's coming up and that will help you. And you sort of want to be anticipating at least what the bigger features are and the more dramatic events. And unless you've done your planning, you really can't do that.
One thing that was important in helping me to want to stay on the trail, because I really did want to do this, was that I got a lot of support from my family. I got a lot of notes, a lot of little letters of encouragement.
When I started calling home from the first town, because they were worried because they knew I had a first bad couple days, they were glad to hear from me, and I was glad to talk to them, and they felt more included in my trip, and I felt more supported because they were really interested to hear what was going on, and it really helped me to remember a lot more stuff that did happen.
A lot of people ended up picking radios up to help them through those times. I didn't want to take a radio with me, and it's something I wasn't necessarily a fan of, but eventually I did pick up a small little compact radio, and I was glad I did, because it helped relieve that monotony of the hiking scrub. By the time you get into Northern California, it seems like you've thought through everything about your critical decisions that you're going to make afterwards. You can only rehash those issues for so many months, and by the time you get to Northern California, you've done that too many times.
As long as you don't think negative thoughts, just keep positive and stay goofy about what's going on in your head. Anything from beer to women to food to again bad music.
Sometimes it means taking a day off and eating a lot of junk food. Sometimes it means
just putting your head down and hiking straight through. Sometimes it means doing a little hitchhiking, which I've begun to enjoy a lot. Just sometimes I get bored with the trail. I like to spontaneously come to a road crossing and just zoom into the nearest town and pick up a 6-pack of beer and zoom back onto the trail. And it's like taking a dip in a swimming hole. The way it can refresh me.
Staying on the trail was easy because there's always that little niggling question, what's around the next corner? And I think if you have this desire to see what's down the road a little bit, you just want to keep going.
I just can't wait to get to the next view or to see the next creek or the next animal along the trail, the next bird or whatever. I enjoy being out here. That's one reason why I don't want to get myself in a situation where I feel that I have to do so many miles a day, because if you get into that mode, to me, it would be very difficult to enjoy the trail, and that's the reason why I'm out here, is to enjoy the trail. And if my mental mode goes haywire and I don't feel like I'm enjoying the trail, then to me, it's time to quit and come back next year.
Well, the happiness, I think, must come from within you. And if you are happy, you enjoy the hiking, then the weather, the trail shape, you can find happiness in all of it. Some people say, oh, here's knocked down trees, it's boring. But if you can find happiness from within, you see, well, makes a little bit change. The trail is not monotone, it's not the same all the time. It's fun to jump over this for a while. And so it makes the hiking much more enjoyable and easier.
What I do is just keep several things in mind when mentally it gets tough. I mean, one is I literally remind myself of what I would be doing if I was home on that very day. What's out in the trail seems to get a lot simpler. The other is to remember that pretty much we make up the rules. In other words, if I'm angry because I failed to get to Stehekin in 6 days, that it's not in print anywhere, you have to get to Stehekin in 6 days. At some point, probably home in the comfort of my study with 2 beers in me, I decided I was going to do 28 miles a day to get to Stehekin, and I don't have to do that. So I think a lot of the pressure is just self-created, and constantly reminding myself that I'm the one who made up the rules is one, and that just remembering that everybody who gets off the trail, what's the first thing they do? They say, gee, I wish I was back on. So just to think about, well, what's going on at home, and what would I be doing, and what tremendous freedom you have out here, and how physically good it is, or just suddenly stop and say, well, let me stop and take in the next view for 5 minutes because I've been blowing past them because I'm trying to do my 28 miles today. So dismantling the game I started to play with myself, which got me in a bad mood, because it's not the trail that's doing that, it's I'm doing that in the way I react to the trail.
I dumped my stove at Castella, which is about halfway through the trip, and since then I've just been eating no cooked food, but I have for the whole trip carried a shelter and a sleeping bag and a water filter and a pack with a hip belt and stays. So a pack with at least somewhat of a suspension. That's the same thing I started with, although I started with a little heavier gear as far as accessory items, but those things go a little bit along the way. The first stop, a lot, and a few pieces down the trail.
I looked at what I was doing and I said, I need to shed this. I trimmed a lot of weight out of my pack, and I wanted to make things easier for my feet, basically. They were the ones that were suffering. Physically, I was all right otherwise. I found that I could do faster than the 4.5 month schedule.
Pretty heavy pack weight compared to these guys that I'm with right now. But you know, I don't mind it. I don't complain. I like having a tent. I like some amenities, and I don't hike the 30-mile days like these guys. I've done one, 32, but that was it. That was record day. I don't know. Use the hiking poles for goofiness factor, and
probably started from Campo with about 65 pounds on my back. I had everything. I mean, and over time, I had the full grain leather waterproof boots. I had about 2 sets of shorts, 2 shirts, 4 pair of socks, and yeah, I had the works. And over time, it didn't take long, maybe a couple 100 miles, I started shedding pounds. Actually, the first 50 miles, I sent home 14 pounds. And about halfway point, I bought a new pack made of ripstop nylon, a lighter pack. This pack weighs just under 3 pounds. So I shed almost 4 full-time pounds there. I switched to running shoes or trail shoes, which made a load of difference going especially up hills. So I kind of went from the traditional carrying about 60 pounds to now my pack weighs, probably without food and water, probably right around 20. And then when I add food, probably jumps up to about 30, 35 for about a 4 or 5 day stretch. So it's pretty light. I went from carrying a big 2-person tent at the start to no tent at all through the desert, just a tarp. And when I hit Tuolumne, I got a bivy sack. I thought the weather would change to get rainy through the Sierras, and didn't really rain, but here in Washington, Oregon, it started raining, so I'm glad I had that. That only weighs 2 pounds, just under 2 pounds.
The impression that I got was there were a lot of things that you needed to sacrifice to be able to go lightweight. Just starting from the boots, you know, you lose a lot of support if you go to shoes for your ankles and for your soles, and if you were to go lightweight with the boots, you'd also have to go lightweight with the pack, because shoes don't necessarily support the weight that boots would that you carry on your back. And that came down to gear and what sort of gear would I be willing to sacrifice. And since I was hiking independently and wasn't sharing gear, I wasn't really ready to sacrifice things that would keep me warm, because I get cold easily, or I really didn't have any frilly things, no extras, but what I felt I needed, and it still ended up being heavy, and so I didn't want to sacrifice the boots. And you know, I ended up getting rid of some things. I got rid of my thermarest, and didn't want to get rid of my tent, so I stayed with a tent instead of a bivvy. Just a matter of personal choices and whether I felt safe and comfortable with what I had, and whether or not I could go with less, and I didn't feel like I could.
You know, the first thing I really got rid of was all the little things, little containers and little knickknacks that, you know, you really don't need out here, but you just, when you're going into an experience where you're not familiar with what you're going to be doing, you just want to be prepared, really. And that ended up dropping a lot of weight, surprisingly, because it was just little stuff. Tupperware containers, and you know, a lot of my first aid I felt was a little unnecessary. And then once I felt the difference in weight, not only physically but psychologically, I knew I wasn't carrying some of the things that I didn't really need anymore. It was more that psychological pack weight that I was interested in finding out what I really needed to carry. And then I ended up starting to get rid of big things just to try them out. I knew I could always just get them back if I needed to, but I ended up getting rid of eventually my stove and my sleeping pad and my water filter, once I was in an area that I could use iodine. And more than the pack weight, I think it was the feeling that you were only really carrying what you needed, and it was almost liberating to get rid of things that were unnecessary. And it got my pack weight surprisingly down pretty low to where it was actually very comfortable, and I ended up getting rid of my waist belt. I didn't need my waist belt anymore because I could carry it all on my shoulders, and then it kind of stabled out, and I was happy with what I had.
The pack generally starts out somewhere in the neighborhood of about 42 pounds average. I know this time I started out with 10 days supply, and it weighed 46 without water, which is too much, I agree. But I just haven't been able to figure out a way to lighten it anymore and take all the luxuries that I feel that I need. I have a very large camera, and I also have a thermarest pad, and my sleeping bag is way too heavy. It's just one that I've had for years and years, and it's starting to go haywire, and I'm going to get another one. That's something that some of the people on the trail have told me, that I could probably save at least 3 pounds by getting a very lightweight sleeping bag, and I agree with them. It's only one of these things, is the fact that I had the bag and I used it rather than buy a new one, which I should have done. Left Campo, very hot, very dry, did not resemble the Sierras or any high mountains that we'd ever been to, so it was kind of a shock. We weren't in the greatest shape at the time, so it took us a little time to get into shape. So we, we started to fall back a little bit from the main group of hikers. By the time we had reached the southern Sierras, Kennedy Meadows, we were probably a good month or so behind the main group of hikers. And at that point, the other person we were hiking with, David Lutz, the three of us sat down and decided that we were just going to enjoy however far we were going to get down the trail and not worry about Canada. It wasn't going to go anywhere, and we would get there eventually.
I can hike like 2 miles and find a nice spot, and I just sit and feel and watch, what is there. And I was never attracted to go fast. For me to do the trail is as slow as possible, as long as this hiking trail can last. When people ask me until where you go, I always answer, I go until when the weather is starting to be too bad. I have a lot of food organized, and so that's my limit. It's basically a weather thing, but it's around 3 months every time.
I want to do things, I want to do what I want to do. I don't want to be strapped to a schedule. I want to be comfortable. So I just listen to my body, listen to how I feel. If I get up in the morning and I see that it's light, but I don't feel like I slept very well, I'll just close my eyes and go back to sleep. And if I wake up and it's not even light yet and I feel like I got a good sleep, then I'll get up. But generally, my style would be just long time hiking and then long time breaking.
My whole idea of hiking was, you get up in the morning and you hike all day, and then you hike till it's basically 7 to 7, and sometimes it's 6:30 to 7:30. Sometimes it's 6:15 to maybe 8, but usually I say I put in 12 hours. Take about a 45-minute lunch, have some breaks in between. And in the process, you're going to do between 2.5 to 3 miles an hour or so, maybe 2. But in the end, I found myself doing anywhere between, I think in the Sierras, 23 to, in Oregon, 30s, and to about that per day.
It didn't start out that way, but I built myself up to I can do 25 miles relatively easy, and 30s are not that uncommon. fact, we do 30s almost all the time. 29s, 28s, 31s. My highest mileage was 36.
Last year, I was pushed for time. By the time I got off the trail, I had to do 22 miles a day in order to get to the border before the end of October, which of course I didn't make. This year, because I was able to schedule a better amount of time, I only had to do about 15 miles a day, which was a lot easier for me. It was easier on my feet, and it meant that I didn't have to get up by the crack of dawn, and I didn't have to hike until almost dark. So I felt it was more relaxing, and I think I enjoyed it more. Last year at the beginning of the hike, I didn't get up early or hike late except when I was in the desert. Even when I was doing 22 miles a day, I still didn't start much before 7, and I almost never hiked past 7:30 at night. Rarely I did. I still took long lunches because to me that's part of hiking. Get to a nice view or a pretty lake, you sit down and you relax.
I'm out here to make sure I see everything and take everything in, and so I'm not worried about rushing down the trail. And when I'm hiking right now, I'm going to take 5.5 months to do this trail, and that's still not enough time. I wish I had longer time so I could slow down even more.
I'd start at the earliest possible date and try to finish as late as possible. I try to extend the experience throughout the entire season. And I guess I'm not a big mile person, but I'd rather just cruise along at 20 miles a day and have plenty of time to take a day off, on a whim without worrying about how it fits into my schedule.
It's about 3,500 cubic inches, and it weighs about 3 pounds. And I like it because it does have a suspension and a hip belt, and I really personally like to transfer the weight to my hips. I can go better. I don't feel like I'm getting pulled backwards from the shoulder straps as much.
I like a frame pack because it's what I always carried. I never actually have tried one of the internal frames.
It's worked out really great. It has good compression straps on the side. It's 5,500 cubic inches. It holds. It weighs 7 pounds with nothing in it. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. It weighs 5 pounds with nothing in it. Got my camera bag on the side here. Easy access. If I need to take a quick picture, boom, I'm into it. Water bottle holder on the side. I like the aspect that it has top loading right here and also bottom loading. I can go through the bottom to get gear out.
I think it's important to get a pack that if you do lose a lot of weight, you can change the hip belt out if you need to. I'm getting a small hip belt here in Cascade locks just because of weight loss. And it's nice to have some exterior pockets on the outside of an internal frame pack for things that you want to get access to real quickly.
In here, these are hooked with just Velcro. So, I mean, you can, it's infinitely adjustable. Up, down, this way, that way, in, out. Most of the design of this backpack is and most of what you're paying for is in the design of the way the hip belt works, which I don't use the hip belt. So I forked over a lot of cash for technology that I don't use.
5.5 pounds. It's got the top flap. It's big. It's a large pack. It's too big. It's for most of the time. I would recommend not going over 4,000 cubic inches in your pack. I believe pockets are very helpful, but I don't believe you should get a pack that's more than 4 pounds and 4,000. But it's got to be durable. Has to have a frame in it. You're going to still carry up to 30, 35 pounds on your heavy days, and and it should be well padded.
4,000 cubic inches, about 4 pounds. I added a little fuel bottle holder that I sewed myself, which didn't really hold up, but a little dental floss saved it out in the field. I like the pack, whatever. It's a little heavy, but it's good. It's solid.
3,300 cubic inches with this neck fully extended, which I'd never have it extended. This came with, it has a hood with a pocket in it that it came with. I sent that home because I didn't need it. It also comes with a water system that I sent home because it just adds weight and it really isn't convenient. And this is made of ripstop nylon, which is lighter than Cordura, but the bottom has Cordura just because that's usually where you scrape it up. It has 2 pockets on the side, which are of no use when it's packed because they're flat against the pack, except for your guidebook or trash. Like I said before, it weighs just under 3 pounds, has a padded hip belt.
Made my own backpack, and it made it all the way to Snoqualmie, about 75 miles back. But I think a lot of his ideas, a lot of ultralight, I mean, if you want to make your own pack without a frame, without any kind of back support, you have to be ultralight. You can't have, you have to go the extra mile. You have to cut back as much weight as you possibly can. And I don't think I did that. So I had basically too much weight for a frameless pack. And it was affecting my back, and I think physically it was just slowly breaking me down. So for me, it worked good early on, but it slowly wore me down, and I've switched to a frame pack.
I changed packs twice. I started out with a frame pack. You probably don't want to know the the name of it, but anyway, it weighed 5 pounds and I don't know, probably 5.5 pounds. And then I chopped it up a little bit to suit myself. I added some mesh bags and took a pocket or 2 off and changed the waist belt. And I got it down to about 3 3/4 pounds, which was pretty good as far as just the pack and the frame itself. But the bigger the pack, it was about 5,200 cubic inch pack. And it seems like the bigger the pack you get, the more stuff you can put in it. Well, that can be your downfall. I originally wanted this pack, but the guy in the store talked me out of buying this pack because he said it was too small for what I wanted. Well, he didn't know what I wanted, but he talked me into buying the bigger one. So I made it up to my daughters with that pack, and then when I got there, I went to a different store and I bought the original pack that I wanted. Once I got the stuff off of it that I didn't need, it weighs just a little over 2 pounds.
This is my custom-made pack that I used. Only weighs 14 ounces and worked beautifully. It's made almost entirely of mesh, and the advantage of that is that if you have anything wet inside, it'll dry out as you hike along. In case of rain, you just take a garbage bag, pull it over the top, put a couple slits in it, and pull the shoulder straps through. This pack has as its frame a Z-rest pad, sleeping pad, which is folded up in half like this. Then you insert it inside and lay it in like that. So that's what's up against your back. And then you just build your pack from there, putting your sleeping bag and your clothes bag down at the bottom, your food bag, which is the heaviest part of your pack, in the middle vertically, and then on either side you stuff in your water bottles, your rain gear, your Ziploc bag that's got your papers and journal and whatever inside, and your miscellaneous bag goes on the very top, and I usually would fit that inside the food bag.
I think with packs you should get the lightest thing that meets your needs in terms of something that doesn't hurt and can carry the weight that you expect to carry. There's no reason, if you're going to be carrying a 20-pound load, there's no reason to be carrying the pack that I'm carrying. If you're going to be carrying a 45-pound load, don't go with a 2-pound external frame pack, because all you're going to do is hurt the whole time. So you've got to match the pack to your back and also to the load capacity that you're intending to carry.
It's a mummy bag, down-filled, weighs under 2 pounds, and it's been a good bag for me. The Sierra, the coldest night that I logged in the Sierra was about 22 degrees, and I wasn't just hot or anything, but I was able to get some sleep, and I'd say out of 145 days, 1 or 2 nights I was a little chilly, so that would be what I would go with again. If I was willing to do a little gear swapping around, I would think about a synthetic bag in Washington, just because of the time of year that most northbounders should be going through Washington. You're looking at potential for some rain.
And then on the inside it has like well, I can pull it all over. Like rubber strings, so it keeps the bag always close to you, and this way it doesn't make cold air holes.
Synthetic, and my theory is I got wet one time in Glacier in a down bag, and I said, never again, I'm going to go synthetic forever. Which I don't know, is probably a little curmudgeon-like.
It's a goose down, I believe 700 fill, long. I'm 6 foot, so I wanted the extra room at my feet. It has dry loft for the exterior, and the interior is kind of satin. I just had to go get it because it's airing out, because they get kind of stenchy after a while.
It's actually, for my metabolism, it's too much. It's a 20-degree bag, and I haven't really zipped it up completely, maybe a handful of times. And for the desert sections or the Southern California sections, and maybe even Northern California, I could have used a 40-degree bag or something lighter, a summer bag.
The dry loft so far has not let the bag itself get damp, the feathers get damp, and it has not lost its warmth ever so far. And it's funny, I slept outside with this before just by itself, and I'll wake up with frost all over the top of it, but nothing has gotten through the dry loft yet. So I think it works well in the wet weather with the bivvy. Even though the bivvy gets clammy inside, it won't soak the bag through and let it lose its loft.
Because I'm a cold sleeper, I end up with a very large and heavy sleeping bag. This one is an old one, but when I bought it, it was rated to 0, and I'm sure it's a lot heavier than what most hikers want. But when I went through the Sierras and it snowed on me and everybody else was cold, I was snuggled down nice and warm in my sleeping bag and never was chilly that much at all.
My sleeping bag, I had 2 optional sleeping bags. I had one, I started off with a synthetic sleeping bag because it can get wet and still insulate you. And through the desert, I had sent my bivvy up to Kennedy Meadows at the start of the High Sierra. So all through that, I just was sleeping outdoors. And then, but the synthetic's a little heavier than my down. When I got to the end of the High Sierras, I switched to a down for Northern California and Oregon. And I was going to try and use it for us to Washington, but I realized with the wet weather and after my experience with the dampened down bag and the bivvy that I better get my synthetic back. and it's worth the wait because it's a little warmer. At the same time, it's an insurance in case it gets wet. It still works.
I'd taken Jardine's idea of making a sleeping blanket, and I made my own sleeping blanket, and it was thick enough so it kept me warm on top, but I had problems with wind and cold air getting in the sides, and I think my problem was I did not make it big enough. I did not make it wide enough.
When I got rid of my sleeping pad, I had to find better places to sleep, you know. I'm okay. It might just be me, but I'm okay with sleeping on relatively hard surfaces. I couldn't sleep on cement, but I can sleep on the trail itself, which is pretty hard.
When things got warmer after the Sierras, I got rid of my Thermarest as well because I just found that I didn't need it. I was just comfortable without it, which I didn't think I would be. But one night I was just too lazy to even set it up, and I slept without it, and I thought, well, it takes up too much space anyway, and I got rid of it.
A few nights the ground has been cold to where it'll suck the heat, where it would be nice to have a pad to insulate. Other than that, you know, I really thought I'd get it back, and it's going to end up being one of those pieces of gear that I may never carry again.
Z-Rest, and I cut it down to a smaller size just to, again, cut some weight.
Well, I just have a closed cell phone pad, and I just lay that out straight on the ground. On top of that, I've got my sleeping bag, which is a 0-degree down bag.
My ridge rest, 3/4 length, which almost fits me. And actually what I do is put my sun hat at my feet, and then put my sleeping bag cover right next to it, so it makes it like a full-length, you know, pad sort of.
Sleep on this thing. It's just a ground cloth. Just keeps the sleeping bag clean and dry. And sometimes I put up the tent float, which is over there. I guess we'll get that later. That's basically it. I don't have like a foam pad or anything to keep me comfortable. It seems to work out quite well once you get the hang of.
I thought if you cut this much from the pad or the legs, you don't say that much weight that it's worth the while. So that's why I took a full-length pad.
I decided on comfort a long time ago. I ended up with a Thermarest. It's an ultralight Thermarest, and to me it doesn't weigh that much. It's under a pound, and it provides a lot of comfort. It's warm on anything that's cold. You don't feel the little lumps and bumps. They don't keep you awake at night. Love my Thermarest.
I always sleep in a long-sleeve shirt, and oftentimes in either tights or something like that. But I always let my feet breathe. You know, I don't sleep in socks.
I sleep in basically what I hike in. I don't wear any extra clothes at night or take anything off.
And this is my pillow. I use my fleece jacket as the pillow.
This is what my sleeping system consists of. My ground cloth is a piece of Tyvek with a smaller piece of Tyvek sewn as a pocket at the end. This comes in useful when I'm sleeping in a tarp and the rain and wind is blowing in this direction. It helps protect my feet and bag from getting wet. Then I have my sleeping pad, which is a Z-Rest 3/4 length pad. My sleeping blanket with a pocket sewn in the bottom to keep my feet anchored. This is custom made and is made out of light loft and is rated to around 40 degrees. I used this bag for the entire trip except for the John Muir Trail section in the High Sierras where I had my 20-degree down bag sent. My stuff sack filled with clothes for a pillow. For mosquitoes, I have a piece of mosquito netting that I'll just drape over my head and make a pocket for my face and sleep comfortably that way. And what I have on is typically what I would wear to bed. Dry pair of liner socks, polypro bottoms and tops. And oh yes, after that Mexican incident, I have my flashlight conveniently tucked into my sleeve.
Pretty small. I can get all my gear in it, but there's no room to move around. You can kind of sit up in it. I would do the same thing again. I think it was probably for me the way to go because it's just over 2 pounds. It's a little more than a bivy sack, but it gives you the feeling that you've got a tent. And if you had to sit out a storm, I think it would be a little more mentally doable than in a bivy sack.
I didn't really like the tarp because you have you need 2 trees or 2 poles and you need to find them, so it's harder to find a good spot to put up the tarp. The tent you can put anywhere if you just find a big enough flat spot. And then also I decided I want a tent because it keeps all the mosquitoes away, ants, critters, and at night time, if you don't have a tent, maybe a mice comes and eats your oatmeal or something. And then, so that's why I wanted kind of a privacy if I'm on a big campground. It's nice to have their own tent. In Finland they were selling 2 one-person tents. They were expensive and they weren't that lightweight. So I made my own tent, and when it was made, it was like half price and lighter than the 2 they were selling.
I don't like to use a tarp because I prefer to be totally covered so I can get out of the bugs. And that's one reason why I do have the tent. It does provide total bug protection. And again, if it rains or snows, then I'm in the tent and I'm waterproof. But the whole tent is just big enough for me. Luckily, I'm not too tall. And it only weighs 2 pounds, 8 ounces complete.
We chose this tent because we figured for rainy days we'd like to have the room to be able to sit up in our tent, read, change. All the gear goes inside of it. It's just very roomy and it has great ventilation.
3-person tent, which is actually good for 2 people because of my size and because I'm 6'2", 6'3", so my feet touch one end and my head touches the other. So it's just the right size, and I can sit up and I can put my fleece on in the morning, and like when we were caught in that snowstorm at Kearsarge Pass in the Sierra Nevada mountains, it was wonderful. We had enough space. We weren't getting claustrophobic or cabin fever in there. And the thing is, it may weigh 7 pounds total weight, but split between 2 people, that's 3.5 pounds, which is still pretty good.
This is actually just the outer shell. This is basically just the fly. It also has an interior part to it, which I'm not carrying at the moment.
Bivy sack, all it served me was a psychological feeling of I have my emergency shelter with me. That's all it was. Because the one time that I needed it, it failed me, But that was just a bad bag. If it would have worked, I would probably still have it now.
An advanced bivy that has 2 poles and a screen that's a bug screen, and it provides you with enough headroom area to be able to put in your journal and whatever and move around, and you don't feel claustrophobic. It's not like well, I'll give you an example. Wolf's bivvy, which is just basically a sack with a tie on, which I don't know how he does it. But this is, it's only 2 pounds, so it's basically the lightest shelter out there. It's just under 2 pounds. And it gives you about 10-degree warmth above what your bag does. It's all Gore-Tex, which is nice. So it breathes. But, it has a nice screen to it, so you can look at it. But there's one thing. It was doing great for the light rains I had on occasion. No problem. When I got to Washington, the first night in Washington, Andrew and I got drenched with that big storm that just downpoured. It was I had to seal up the bivvy because there was too much water coming in that I didn't feel comfortable I could keep it with the screen open. I thought I was going to get in. I had my down bag. Well, there was so much water coming over the bivvy itself that it didn't allow the air to come out. I literally could not catch my breath when this bivvy was all wet. I was breathing very heavy, and I had to open up a little corner and stick my mouth out of the zipper and just get air, and then and eventually I fell asleep there.
I use a tarp. It's 8x6 by about 7 feet, and I actually use hiking poles, trekking poles, whatever you call them, to support it, and I use A-frame. I set it up A-frame. That's how I use it, and the tarp itself and the stakes are lightweight, lighter than most tents, if not any tents, full tents, and plenty of ventilation. You also are able to keep in tune with your surroundings. Where in a tent, you basically shut yourself off to whatever's outside, and I like that. It's relatively easy to set up. It does keep the rain off, and it stays drier inside because you set your tarp up first and then you put your floor down. So if you do have to set up when it's raining or sprinkling, you can keep your floor dry, so to speak.
I chose a tent because I'm a wuss. I do not like bugs, I do not like rain or whatever. I like getting in my own, just like I said, little world, which a tent is.
One negative I would say about a bivy sack is if you're trying to set it up in the rain, it's very hard to set it up and keep it dry inside and get your sleeping bag inside and keep that dry. If I were to do this trip again, I think I would probably carry a tarp through most of California, and then I'd probably switch back to my bivy just because of the bugs in Oregon and here in Washington.
Bivy living in the rain is pits.
You can cook under the tarp with your stove without fear of asphyxiation or burning the bottom of your tent material or anything like that. So that's a great advantage. And it's also a lot easier to unpack and pack up in the rain because you've got more room under there. So both of you can be scurrying around doing things. We opt for a very, very small tent that you've got to be very friendly with your partner to share. And there's no room for, for 2 people to be moving around in there, and there's barely room enough in it for 2 people to be sleeping. Our tent gives us the option to travel with a little bit less clothing and sleeping bag warmth, because with 2 bodies inside a small tent, we gain 10 or 20 degrees. So we don't have to have I haven't zipped my sleeping bag but 3 times on this entire trip. And also alpine above tree line, where you've got really wind-driven rain, in those kinds of circumstances, I think a tent might be a little bit more comfortable.
This is the shelter system that I use. Tarp. This is an 8x10 tarp, weighs 12 ounces. It's made out of a nylon that's coated with silicone. With the 6 pegs and the rope, it probably comes closer to a pound. I also have cloth loops sewn right here and right here, so I can put the ends of a garbage bag through and tie them and form a kind of a plastic door on both ends to keep the wind from blowing the rain in case of stormy weather. In my total of 106 days on the trail, I slept out under the stars probably 95 days.
I got rid of the stove and started carrying just dry food. And, you know, it worked for me. I never really have missed that because it's been warm. It's not gotten down to 20 or 22 degrees again. It's been in the low 40s a couple of times, and just dry, cold food seems to be okay for that.
After Sierras, I got rid of my stove and just... So I didn't have the stove for, I guess, a little bit over halfway. And I guess the specialty you want to know is that I soak my food.
My cooking system, I like hot meals, so I carry a stove. But I have a little Hank Roberts mini stove, which I don't know exactly how much it weighs, but it's pretty light. It seems to be 100% reliable because I've never had it miss.
We use a Whisper Light stove, white gas. It runs on white gas. We use the 2-quart Sig pot, which actually has ramen in it right now. Imagine that.
It's a Whisper Light International, and what's been really nice about it so far on the trip is for the couple times I've had to repair it, it's actually very field maintainable. And with it, carry a about 22-ounce fuel bottle here and a windscreen. And you know, this fuel could last, I mean, if cooking one dinner a day, it could last 3 or 4 weeks. Got rid of the lid and I used just a pie top.
I was cooking a lot of rice dishes that the stove I have didn't simmer very well. And once it got cold enough to where, and I enjoy having campfires, I would just throw the pot on the fire and cook it that way, and it seemed so easy, and it was almost fun to you know, it was like a little project. All right, if there's no fire pit, you know, the fire is only going to be real, you know, this big, and so you get 2 rocks, and you know, you got to find rocks, you got to collect twigs. It's like a little project, and I enjoyed it. And I found that I was only using my stove maybe once every 3 days, and so I thought, maybe I don't need it, you know, and that's the whole thing. What do I really need? So I got rid of it, knowing I could get it back if I needed to, and I really didn't need it.
To play it safe, I bring a 33-ounce fuel bottle, which is a rarity on the trail. Most people use a 22-ounce, and some 11-ounce, and they cook only once a day, so they don't have to rely on having fuel all the time, as much as I do. And I use an XGK2 stove because it, as Andrew says, it really cooks. It's they call it the antisocial stove, because when it gets going, you just can't have a conversation over it. I got the titanium pot and also a plastic spoon. I had a stainless steel spoon.
I use a old MSR Whisper Light stove and this old aluminum pot that's going to give me Alzheimer's disease. And it's pretty skanky too. So white gas is what I use, no shaker jet or anything, although I'd say go shaker jet, definitely.
This is a Whisper Light International stove, which I found, I think this is the stove most people use on this trail. Burn any type of gas, although I have not run into a problem getting white gas. I've never run out, and I've never come to a place that didn't have it. This is the only pan I carry, I think it's 1.5 liters, and at dinner time this thing is about up to here because I eat a lot. A lighter, and I carry backup matches in case this gets damp. For a lid, I don't have a lid. I sent that home. Maybe that's a little anal with the weight thing, but this is what I learned from Dave, who is a very lightweight packer. This is a Lipton noodles and sauce package that you have for dinner, and I cut it down, and when I'm boiling my water, I put that over and put the spoon on top to hold it there so it comes to a boil faster and I save gas. And that's all I need, and this doesn't weigh anything. I sent the pan gripper home, don't need it. I have my bandana that in the pot cools off fairly quickly anyway. This is my gas canister. I start off with a 22 ounce. This is an 11 ounce, holds 11 ounces of fuel. But I will say I only cook dinners. I don't cook lunches or breakfasts. I only bring the water to a boil, put my pasta in, shut the stove off.
A bluet, I think it's called. I guess they're really popular in Europe, and they're getting more and more popular over here. And it's just a propane butane mixture with a burner on top. We've never had to clean it. We've gone 2,600 miles, not a problem with it at all.
I have a Optimus Sphere, kind of an old design, it's a brass stove, and I don't know if I would recommend it or not. Sometimes it's a pain in the butt to prime it.
A piece of aluminum foil, a block of fuel tablets, and a little piece of aluminum pie plate, and of course the lighter. And what I do is I make my base out of 3 stones, and I obviously wouldn't do it on a wooden surface like this picnic table. I would do it on the ground, but I'm just using this for demonstration purposes. And then in the middle I put the little pie plate, take a heat tab, get it started, then set your aluminum pot on the top and add whatever water and food you might be interested in. And essential to successful cooking with heat tablets is the use of foil to control the draft. If you have a wind blowing through, you're not going to get enough heat to cook with.
For breakfast, a Pop-Tart, maybe 2 if I got a hill coming up.
Different cereals for breakfast with milk powder.
For a while we're consisting of powdered milk and granola cereal, and then we decided to just wake up and start hiking and not really have breakfast.
A lot of Pop-Tarts, and I've been doing actually dried milk and cold cereal.
Well, these are Raisin Bran. And this is, as typical, it's pre-mixed with flavorings and milk and stuff like that, the oatmeal. But this is 2 days worth. I love it.
I have oatmeal each morning, about 2 cups of oatmeal. Eat it cold.
Granola with dried milk added, or couscous with brown sugar and raisins that I just add water to the night before and it gets good and fat.
I started eating oatmeal, but I got to where I couldn't eat that anymore. Then I went through a period where I did not eat breakfast at all and just started hiking. But now my routine is I eat probably about 6 Pop-Tarts.
I like granola cereal.
You really don't want to get up and light that stove and you get it all out. So it's easier just to open up a granola bar, toss it in your mouth, and you know, hit the trail.
Wake up to a granola bar.
I would have a bowl full of oatmeal and some kind of a dried fruit, which I had prepared the night before. I'd add the ingredients and the water, put a lid on, and let it stew overnight, and in the morning wouldn't even have to get out of my sleeping bag.
We'll have a lot of whole cereal that we just add powdered milk to in the morning.
you know, like a 9-ounce bag of potato chips for lunch. And if there's a climb in the afternoon, a Snickers or two.
During the day, bread and cheese.
Cheese and dried meat. We'd have, you know, teriyaki jerky or spicy jerky. A lot of nuts, a lot of raisins, a lot of carbohydrates.
Bananas?
Yeah, we did our own bananas. We have a dehydrator and did our own vegetables.
Generally a lot of snack food. We'll eat some energy bars, power bars, and we'll bring some bagels and peanut butter.
Okay, we've got some, these are Ritz crackers, we've got two lines of those. Bunch of snacks. These are all important things. Fig Newtons, I would go through this in about 4 days, okay? Snickers bars. I'm just trying out Three Musketeers. I've never had one of those before.
Turkey jerky, and just eat turkey jerky, and it's really good stuff. Nice luxury on the trail. Not many people have that. They're kind of envious. And then Gorp, M&Ms, dried fruit, peanuts, raisins, cashews, almonds, just about everything you could get. It's in here.
Peanut butter and crackers, mostly processed, prepackaged stuff. And I also have Gorp and beef jerky.
I don't have a lunch. I have like a series of snacks. First snack is usually Gorp. Second snack is trail granola bars. And then somewhere in there I'll have a Cliff Bar.
2 or 4 granola bars, some little crackers, and some peanut butter. Peanut butter is a big calorie item that's easy to pack along. It doesn't spoil. So that's what I'll have for my snack. And then when I get to lunch, I'll eat mostly the same stuff, but more granola, Gorp, which I've varied somewhat, bagels when I can get them in towns, cheese if I want to pack it and it's cool, like through the Sierras, I'll eat that, and granola, a Payday I usually have still, even though I don't really like them anymore, and I always pick up a Snickers a day.
Dehydrated, refried beans, instant refried beans, and they're in a Ziploc bag. I just pour cold water into them and let them set while I'll have I may have some Swiss cheese, and if I take a loaf of bread with me, or just have Ritz crackers and peanut butter, and I'll be munching on that stuff until my beans have gotten soaked up, rehydrated.
I'd be snacking consistently throughout the day on Gorp, you know, just whatever. My lunch, it was cold and continuous.
Every hour after that I would eat. I'd have some kind of a Nutri-Grain type bar. Then the next hour, a Snickers bar, and then perhaps half a can of Pringles potato chips, followed by another Snickers bar, followed by some beef jerky perhaps.
Cheese and crackers and sometimes salami for lunch. We have a lot of granola bars and candy bars and nuts for snacks in between.
Then for supper, just whatever's in the bag that tastes good, like maybe a half a sack of Oreo cookies, or just something. I'll put something in my stomach before I go to bed.
And in the evening I have a peanut butter jar empty and I soak like rice or instant mashed potatoes, and I let it sit there. I put water in it, mix it, let it sit for about 1 hour, and then I put pepper and salt and some good sauce. It's cold, but it's very good if you have a good sauce with it.
Some spaghetti leather. We started off with a fair amount of pasta this time, and then we decided we wanted to change it up. Dinners being our most important meal for us, we started carrying summer sausage and fresh onion and fresh jalapeno peppers, tortillas, instant refried beans. Started making burritos. Carried a lot more cheese. Yeah, a lot more fresh food, definitely this last stretch.
And for dinner, which is really my only hot meal of the day, I'll eat typical Lipton meals, macaroni and cheese. Might add some texturized vegetable protein to it for some added protein. I do some freeze-dried meals, but they tend to be real expensive, but they're a nice supplement.
And this is basically all my dinners. I'm probably the world's worst cook. Just basically, this is about 4 ounces of spaghetti. And I just add one of these things to it. It's an appalling way to eat, I tell you. I wouldn't recommend it.
Corn pasta with, okay, start out and I have either split pea soup, black bean soup, refried beans, or mashed potatoes, and that's all. You can just boil water right away, dump it in, and start grubbing on it, which is good instead of cooking all other stuff. And then I boil water for corn pasta, dump in some dried vegetables, whatever spices I want to do, and then chuck in the corn pasta. And then after that I make a hot beverage too, so I use a lot of fuel. I'm pretty bad about that.
I started off eating one Lipton noodles and sauce, but now for dinner I have 2 of those and then peanuts afterwards or something. So for dinner I have Lipton noodles and sauces, or Lipton rice and sauce, macaroni and cheese, top ramen, and the ramens are always added with something, either a Lipton or macaroni and cheese. I have dehydrated vegetables that I also add with the pasta dish, black beans dehydrated that I add with the pasta dish, mushrooms dehydrated, add them with the dish. But it's all cooked in this one pot and is all just thrown in with the boiling water, set for 10 minutes and then eaten.
And usually I'll take like a noodle dinner, like noodles and sauce, these Lipton dinners, and a cup of noodles dinner, these things that come in the little styrofoam cups. I'll mix them together with about 3 or 4 ounces of corn pasta with it, or some of those dehydrated beans, or some potato flakes.
We make little pizzas out of either a half a bagel or like pita bread, and sometimes we toast it over a fire or over our little stove, and spread Boboli pizza sauce, the one that comes in those plastic packets, and put pepperoni and Parmesan that we steal from a pizza shop, and makes a pretty good no-cook meal.
Couscous or corn pasta or something like that.
Lipton pasta dinner of some sort, and then I would add some dried vegetables or some kind of a jerky that I had made at home earlier, and I would conclude the day with instant pudding.
Something store-bought like Lipton dinners, which we usually will add a freeze-dried vegetable like peas or string beans to, can of tuna fish with macaroni and cheese, which is the classic, a 6-ounce can of tomato paste with some pasta, some Parmesan cheese, and spatini spaghetti sauce mix or something like that, instant potatoes with a can of chicken.
Water was definitely a problem in Southern California. The most I can recall carrying was 6 liters. And that, of course, if your pack already weighs 30 pounds and you add 12 to it, it could be a burden. At least it could feel like a burden. Lately, I'd say the whole state of Washington, I've carried very little water because there is water so often. So rather than carry 2 liters, I just carry maybe half a liter. When I get to water, just camel up and then go on. And I don't carry more than half a liter unless it's just a few miles to camp and the camp's going to be dry or something like that. But overall, I've filtered the whole way, carried the filter. It's pretty light, weighs like 11 ounces.
I use a water filter because I can't stand the taste of iodine, and on a long trip I don't like to keep adding all the chemicals.
I'm not sure I would carry a water pump on this whole PCT. I would, yeah, just I haven't found one that really works well, that lasts the way I want it to last for the money I'm putting down. The chlorine seemed to do the trick. We never got sick, and we definitely had water from some questionable sources. In fact, cows standing all around us getting water out of a spring in Southern California, but it, yeah. And then it was only 6 ounces was how much the bottle weighed. It's just chlorine pellets, or crystals rather, and you put, for a quart bottle, you put, or 1 liter bottle, you put about 5 crystals in there. They're real small, and you let it stand for 5 minutes, 15 minutes maybe, somewhere in there, 10 minutes, and then you add the sanitizer, 2 drops of hydrogen peroxide, and that sanitizes it and takes away about 95% of the chlorine taste.
I've just treated it with bleach, and what I've used, I don't have it with me, is a small children's Tylenol eyedropper, and it holds about ½ an ounce of bleach, and I add maybe 2 or 3 drops per quart of water, and I'm not sure what it kills and what it doesn't, but it's worked for me. I haven't had any really bad kind of stomach cramps or problems with that. It's real lightweight, and I carry a water bag with me, especially you need it through the drier regions of southern Oregon or the desert. There's some stretches where you have to go 24 miles without water. You may have to carry 6 quarts. And besides what you might carry on the side of your pack, I've just got a plain Lexan bottle here. This is a Lexan plastic. What's nice about it is it's wide mouth, so you can add like powders to it real easily. And besides that, Lexan can hold hot water, which is nice too. And my other one, which is even lighter weight, is just a Gatorade bottle.
Almost all the water sources were springs or creeks that I felt comfortable with drinking out of. They're all coming from the mountains. Got in the Sierras, I saw people filtering water in the Sierras that are coming out of creeks that are glacial melt. And this other guy and I made a joke with this other one. We used to take our cup, put it right underneath the water, and look at him when we were hiking with him and drink and go, that is so good, so good. Finally, he started saying, okay, fine, yeah, you're right, I'm not going to get giardia from drinking out of a snow melt. And but there are people that are very anal about it. There are people filtering water and then boiling it when they're cooking. The redundancy was just astounding. So it's anyway, the water filter thing is your own gig. I think that's something that's definitely your own personal comfort level, and be prepared for some exposure if you need it. But I've never talked to a thru hiker so far who doesn't water filter that has been severely affected by giardia. It all depends. But of course the Pacific Crest Trail goes through a few pastures near Mojave, but otherwise it stays pretty high up. So I remember the cows always being down below me, which is good.
I had to get a new filter in Bend because my other one was filled up with crap. But they were really cool. They replaced it for free at just this little Mountaineer store. But no problems.
I started off purifying everything I came to, which when you're in the desert might be a good idea. But as I went on, maybe after Big Bear or so, I just stopped filtering because it was, first of all, it's a hassle. If you're cooking along, you don't really want to stop, or I don't really want to stop and take the time to filter water. Or you could use iodine, which I got sick of the taste of. And when I got into the Sierras, I stopped altogether because you're up there and you're looking and it looks pretty pristine, and maybe it isn't. But I've heard the arguments of most 90% of the water has Giardia in it. Then I heard 20% of people get Giardia or are susceptible to Giardia. And after thinking, I just said, well, I'm not going to filter, and if I get Giardia, I have medication, and I forget the name of it. It's not the Flagyl that a lot of people carry that you take for 5 days. This is the one from Mexico that it's a one-time deal. And I've had no problem.
I carried about a ½ ounce of bleach in a little Nalgene bottle, and I carried about a ½ ounce of peroxide, and I would put 2 drops of bleach and 2 drops of peroxide in each liter if the water didn't look very good and I was real desperate for water.
I started with a filter, but dropped it after a week, and I haven't filtered water. Sometimes you got to get water from places that are pretty sketchy, a cow pond or something like that, and when I have no choice, I use iodine tablets.
This was my water system. First of all, 2-quart canteen with a strap that I carried in my hand, and I just switched back and forth during the day. My reasoning is I'd much rather carry this heavy water in my hands than on my back and put my hands to use. Although I would recommend not getting a canteen with a flannel cover on it, because this flannel cover picks up all kinds of seeds and prickers and chiggers. So get one that has like a canvas or just a plain plastic covering on it. And to supplement the 2-quart canteen, I would add these soda bottles, and in the desert portion of the trail I had up to as many as 5 of these 1-liter bottles, but they're very light and very cheap. And I also had a nylon water bag that held up to 2 gallons of water, but I never really needed to use that, and in fact the ultimate use for that was just carrying maybe a ½ quart of water in it, and through the process of evaporation the outer surface of the bag would become cool, and I would just use it to dab on my forehead and on the top of my head to cool me down during the hot parts of the day. As for water purification, I used iodine tablets that I carried in this vial. On the entire trip, I probably only went through 3 vials of tablets, which is 150 tablets. And to get rid of the iodine taste, vitamin C tablets. What I would do is I'd just add the iodine, let it sit 10 to 20 minutes to do its thing. Then I'd stick a vitamin C tablet in my mouth, chew it up a little bit to increase the surface area, and then I'd just spit it inside the canteen, and within about 30 seconds the iodine taste and the brown appearance of the water was gone, and it tasted fine.
For the whole trip, I've carried 2 pair of socks, 2 liners, 2 pair of shorts, 1 shirt, a fleece jacket, and a Gore-Tex jacket. Never carried any fleece pants or any sort of pant. It just didn't get that cold, and if it did, I was prepared just to set up camp and get in my bag.
You can use it as a hat, as warm the whole thing, or if your neck is cold. It's pretty good, and it doesn't take much room, and it's lightweight.
You don't take a lot of clothes out here. You can't keep on changing, and you know, if it rains, I wear the wet clothes. When I get into the camp at night, I change into the dry stuff, and I'm warm and cozy in the bag again.
I like to wear liners, these dolphin silk liners, helps with chafing, keeps the chafing down. As far as our insulation clothing, we use Capelline long sleeve, which I'm wearing, and this is one here. That's one of the layers. For t-shirts, we wear the silk weight Capelline shirts, which Kia has one on right there. Yeah. And then if it's quick drying, yeah. And if it's really cold, we will throw on our fleece jackets, 300 weight.
As far as wind wear, got here just really some basic department store wind pants that I've carried since Mexico. They're not waterproof. For the times that they did get wet, they dried really quickly. And you know, these were about $8, and they really just, you know, they had side zips, which is nice to kind of get in and out of your boots. That was real helpful. Don't forget your cotton bandana. This can be used for cleaning your pot out. It can be used for a snot rag. It can be used to just for about any reason. Keep sun off your head. Always carry one of these. And the real lightweight people who are carrying small packs, they'll say cut this in half. Don't be afraid to take a full one.
Before I got to Cascade Locks, actually all I had was this list of fleece. So basically, I was wearing shorts and t-shirt, socks. I had 3 pairs of socks, and that was fine for most days. And then if it got a little colder, I'd actually wear this for just for its warmth. But it also it also acted to protect you from the weather, from the rain, that sort of thing.
Well, I got my cold weather stuff now, but I have these windbreaker pants which I've worn since the border. Even in the hot desert. Don't ask me why, but for some reason they were just nice. Bushwhacking, they're nice. They're just, I don't know. I have no justification to why I wear wind pants the whole entire trip, but I just did. And I have polypro bottoms now, which are almost like an emergency thing. I don't think I've had to use them yet. Your legs, when you're hiking, stay extremely warm. You can hike in shorts in the rain when it's cold. You know, you'll be fine. I have a windbreaker top. This is a cold weather thing I just got back. And the polyester Goodwill shirt. The most clothing I'll ever wear while hiking is this t-shirt and my windbreaker. Maybe I'll wear, I'll still have my fleece on from the morning if it's a really cold morning, but within a half hour, 45 minutes, that thing is way too hot.
You got to have a wide brim hat because of in the desert, you're going to have so much solar radiation, your ears are going to fry. And it's also going to, you got to be wide brim because also for the rain, and it'll provide you with some warmth. Some people wear baseball caps. You can go a baseball cap outside the desert, but you're always going to have to coat your ears because your ears are never geared enough with melanin production that they can stand the solar radiation. Your arms and your legs can't. You should always have a strap in the bottom of it because the Tehachapi's get very windy, and so that's the thing. But you look really dorky if you're always wearing your strap. So
I'd say 95 to 99% of the time I've been on this trail, all I've used are the shorts and t-shirt I hike in, and the windbreaker and the wind pants that I have as my clothing system. And as far as then any other insulating layer, I have used maybe once or twice during this whole trip.
Little gloves, Ray Jardine gloves that I sewed myself.
These are my rain pants. They're Gore-Tex. I've carried these from the border. I didn't use them until I got into Oregon, except in towns when I do my laundry, because other than this pair of shorts that I'm wearing, this is the only bottom garment I have. This is the only shirt I carry. Clothes just seem to take up a lot of room, and I don't use them that often, and when I get to town I wash these, and that's really all I've needed.
Usually shorts just like these and these shirts which wick dry, never t-shirts, which once they get soaking wet, stink, are heavy, and never seem to dry out except in a laundromat dryer. And then propylene, or its equivalent these days, like capylene or whatever it may be, long, both the tops and the bottoms, which we wear at night, which the top can be worn on very cold or icy days. A wool shirt, which I'll usually this time of year be wearing in the morning with this underneath it. And if things got really cold, the poly top would go on also. But always some warm, dry layer that hasn't been used during the day to put on at night. So if it was rainy weather, I would tend to put on my rain gear and save my polys for the night. Nothing cotton, ever, ever, ever.
I am wearing essentially all the clothes I took on my PCT hike. On my hands are my second pair of wool socks and liner socks. On my hat is the baseball cap, and underneath was a wool cap for colder weather and nighttime sleeping. I also had a straw hat that I used in the desert to protect me from the sun, and also a bandana that I used at times. My Gore-Tex rain jacket, which I carried the entire trip, but only used once in Southern California and just a handful of times up in Oregon and Washington. A mid-weight fleece jacket, which came in useful a fair number of times, but was used more often for a pillow. My long sleeve Polypro shirt, which I used at night and just a handful of times during the day. My short sleeve Polypro top with a zipper for ventilation control, and these are extra running shorts that I used to wear in towns when I was doing my laundry and I wanted to wash everything out. I have mini gaiters on the bottoms and long Polypro pants, and finally my running shorts, and this is the outfit that I wore 98% of the time while hiking.
I carry two pair, basically 90% wool socks with capylene liners. I've had relatively few problems with blisters, but at the same time I've had enough to remember.
I've carried two pairs of socks and two pairs of liners for the whole trip, and it seems to have worked out really well.
Been using a Thermax liner. I've actually used a size below what I normally take. This is a size medium. I would take a large for my foot size, but I tell you, socks stretch so much. They get to the point where, you know, the heel piece is somewhere up around the back of your ankle, and you have all that extra, and it creates blisters. So I tell you, try a size below what you normally wear. It's a real nice tight fit. Keep your nails trimmed. You won't poke holes in them. But these help to kind of pull your foot sweat away from your foot, and it kind of transfers it to the outer sock. And this is a smart wool sock. It's all wool. I think what's different about it from other wool socks is that it's got sort of, I don't know, it's the best wicking sock I've ever had. It really kind of pulls moisture away well, and it dries faster than other wool socks I've had. And one thing that I found, that I've tried sort of Thorlo socks, but what's nice about these is that they really don't smell if you wear them for days on end.
I found there are some other brands out there, but they just didn't seem to last as long as the Thorlos. You had to be a little careful. The snow would actually get in underneath your feet. And normally, if you're just hiking along, that wouldn't happen. But if it did, it sort of sits there and feels like a big flat rock, and it doesn't get all that cold for quite some time. So you can usually sort of prise it out and get it out. The neoprene socks definitely helped in that respect.
Socks will last a long time if you wash them between every time you wear them. If you wear them without, you don't need to wash them, with detergent in a laundry machine. I mean, you can just rinse them out. Just get the grit and most of the dirt out.
Thin nylon socks, and I've worn 4 pairs of those the whole trip, 2 pairs at a time. I have 4 pairs to switch off, and the ones I bought, the 4 pairs that I had, they lasted me from Mexico to the Oregon border, and the whole Southern California section up until Kennedy Meadows, I wore Reebok cross trainers.
You need 2 pairs of socks at any one time, and when you're wearing boots, I wear boots. And liner socks, synthetic, should never be cotton. And these are actually, they look like cotton socks, but they're not. They're synthetic. Thorlo makes them as a liner. And then I use these Thorlo hiking socks. And this is the layer I use. I like to have more padding than some people are accustomed to probably, but I'd rather have more padding than less in my boots.
These synthetic big wool socks I haven't worn since I got sent them, but I'm still carrying them because I'm stupid.
These are smart wool socks. My first pair went for about a little over 1,000 miles.
I've tried tennis shoes, I've tried boots. On this trip, it looks like it's 2 pair of boots and 2 pair of tennis shoes are gonna do the whole trip. I didn't have a lot of luck with tennis shoes. They just, maybe my feet aren't as tough as other people that I've seen wearing tennis shoes, but I just didn't feel like I had much support. I twisted my ankles a lot. It never really hurt anything, but I saw the potential for that, and also going through rocks just was not comfortable.
These were the choice for this year because I heard there was a lot of snow, and I didn't want to be caught in running shoes. I needed something that I felt I could really punch holes in the snow with. So I went with a heavier pair of boots.
I've seen a lot of these out on the trail, actually.
Okay, I've been wearing these since the Mexican border. This is the only pair of shoes I've been wearing, basically. Actually, I did have a pair of big heavy leather boots that I was carrying at this time as well, but I noticed after about the first week that whenever I took off the boots, my feet were always really pleased about that, but whenever I took off the sandals, they didn't really mind, so I was a lot more comfortable in these things. So, this made dealing with river fords a whole lot easier.
This is my 3rd pair of shoes.
About as heavy as you're going to see boots on this trail for a thru hiker. They're mid-weight boots, they're Gore-Tex, and they're relatively high. But I'm more comfortable with boots in hiking, and that's where my comfort level goes. I like staying dry on my feet. These help me stay dry. I like also knowing that I'm kicking stones. I turn my ankles on occasion, but these help me catch them. I probably would not wear boots again in the desert when it's really hot. I'd go with a tennis shoe, and or something that's lighter, not this thick leather layer with Gore-Tex. It's too hot, and my feet blistered up badly in the desert.
I had lightweight hiking boots through the Sierras all the way till Belden, where I got the same cross trainers back because they were a lot more comfortable, a lot lighter on my feet, and I just didn't feel I needed the lightweight hiking boots.
Something to look out for if you're buying shoes, I'd say, is the tongue. If it is open right there, you can get a lot of crap inside, and it sucks. And also these toe things, and this is such a dumb way to do it, but they just glue this little strip right up there, and you know, sure enough, it's going to come off.
I started out, like I said, in full grain, leather, Danner, hiking boots, Gore-Tex and all. The second day out, I had this huge blister, and they were uncomfortable and heavy, so I got rid of them and hiked in my Teva sandals until Big Bear, which is 250 miles into the trail. And at Big Bear, which was the first really big town we got to that had this athletic store, I went and I got, these aren't the pair I bought, but these are the second pair of Nikes, Humeras I believe they're called. And the first pair went for about 1,200 miles, and this is the second pair I have. It's they call it a trail shoe, and I believe they call it that because I think it has a nylon shank halfway up. People say, don't you have trouble with your ankles? My best friend back in Flag, who I hike with a lot, says, don't you have trouble with your ankles and stepping on rocks and twisting everything? And you really don't, because when you first start putting them on, you watch where you step, and then that becomes habit. And rocks don't really poke through these, and a lot of the trail isn't rocky to begin with. And the two major benefits for me is, one, they're extremely light, and I actually got my boots back mid-Sierras because I wanted them for the mountain passes. I thought, snow, you want some boots. And I wore those for maybe 2 hours going up one mountain pass, and they were so heavy and they weren't benefiting me. I switched back to my shoes, and I noticed a difference on my legs. They're a lot lighter. I can go up a lot quicker. And actually through that section we didn't hit a town until 5 days, and I was sick of carrying my boots. I put them on a trailhead sign with a little note piece of paper say finders keepers on them, and I left them there. I didn't want those boots anymore. And so I really like the tennis shoes. The other benefit besides being light is through the fords, they dry out quickly, and they don't hold the water and don't add the weight, and they're breathable. My feet don't sweat in them.
Usually I have to change the insole because it seems like the manufacturer, he thinks that he puts out a shoe, the insole can just be anything. You know, a little old thin piece of junk.
Picked up a pair of the $10 Kmart running shoes, and they fell apart in 2 weeks, as I guess you may expect.
Have you ever noticed that when a product is really good, the manufacturer often changes the model or changes something about it and it's no longer quite the same? Well, such is the case with my shoes. They're trail running shoes made by Nike. They were called the Air Humeras, and I liked them a lot, and I made the whole trail on 2 pairs of shoes.
I break in 2 pair of lightweight, identical hiking boots, pairs of hiking boots. So if I lose one, if it's stolen in a laundromat, if I lose it fording a stream, I have another pair exactly broken in. And I plan to get through with those 2 pair of boots, but then for the colder weather, I have a heavier pair of leather boots that are going to be able to stand up in snow that I'm sort of praying I don't need. But they've arrived here in Cascade Rocks, and they're going to be bounced to head now to Snoqualmie because we're 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and then they'll be bounced from Snoqualmie probably to Stehekin, and I hope in Stehekin I bounce them home and never see them. But they're there and they're broken in. So I would recommend having at least 3 pair of broken in boots. I mean, you've walked 50 or more miles on them at home. You know that they're doable. And to consider when the colder weather comes, you're probably going to want something more heavy duty than what you've been hiking in, assuming you've been hiking in something fairly light up to that point.
I think that doing parts of it in sneakers are fine. I think doing Southern California in sneakers is fine, as long as you do it in a year where you're not going to be dealing with snow in the higher elevations in San Jacinto, the San Bernardino Mountains, Laguna Mountains, things like that. We didn't have any snow in those places this year, but in some years you'll have snow there, so you would need to be willing to walk in snow. If you're wearing sneakers, you might consider gaiters, because that'll at least keep some of the snow out of your boots. Again, if you're doing sneakers, you've got to do the ultralight thing, and only you can say whether or not that's too much on the edge. because the pressure of having a heavy pack on feet that are not supported properly is going to do you damage, and you're risking stress fractures.
Gaiters I really like a lot, although there needs to be something new, some new kind of strap, because every strap is, you know, busted. I used one-time camera because it's very lightweight if it doesn't have flashlight, so it doesn't have a battery, and then you don't have to worry about it getting wet or break it because it's so cheap. And it takes very good like photos of views and people if it's close by. So the zoom you only need if you see a bear far away. You don't need the zoom for anything else. That's what I think. Then I used a very lightweight flashlight because I don't do night hiking. I think it has only 2 clock batteries in it, and then I have a candle at night that I read my books, or I usually had like 1 extra book or something to read. And then also on the candle you can always roast a marshmallow.
Haven't carried a knife just for the reasons, didn't bring any canned goods with me. I don't know what else I'd use a knife for.
For me, to keep my journal, I use a computer. It's a small, and actually I can pull it up now. My handwriting is atrocious. I worked in a software company for enough years that I got tired of writing. So instead I carry this little thing. If you carry a camera, make sure it's accessible. It's got to be accessible. A walking stick or a trekking stick is probably the one point where some people use 2, but I'd only use 1 because I need the other arm available for swatting mosquitoes. There was one lady out there with 2, and she was flailing about trying to get these mosquitoes with these sticks sitting there. It wasn't working.
I'm not carrying a flashlight. I've got a compass, but I haven't used it in I don't know how long, but I'm still going to carry that. I just dropped my Swiss Army knife and have gone without a knife for a little while, but I didn't like that, so I just picked up a knife again.
This is what I call my miscellaneous bag, and these are the items that were inside, and I'll give you a brief rundown of each of these items. I have a mirror that only was used once, but it's those instances where you get like a fly in your eye and it just proves to be invaluable. In the middle of my trip, I bought one of these can openers and found it to be very, very valuable. I don't recommend carrying cans, but there may be some occasions where you are in a town and you want to eat something out of a can, or you might be at a campsite and come across a can that somebody's left behind, and that's the way to go. This is a product called New Skin, which is kind of like fingernail polish, except it's for your skin, and when you get a hot spot or a rash, you can just paint this on. This is a little film canister in which I have Advil, which proved to be my salvation on this hike, and I also carry a little needle and some thread inside. This is my tooth care floss, brush, and a little canister with soda inside it. These are my iodine tablets for water purification, a 2-cell AAA mini mag flashlight. Very nice. I like that. Some Vaseline for rashes. This is my foot care bag with lots of moleskin and some band-aids, and also just a very, very tiny knife. All it has is a sharp blade and a little pair of scissors on it. And DEET, 100% DEET for insect control, some sort of a biodegradable soap, a bag full of pills, vitamin C tablets that go with the water purification system, some vitamin tablets, and more Advil. And this is my lifeline to sanity. This is a radio, AM/FM shortwave radio, which I would carry in my hand and have a set of earplugs that I would use during the day. An ace bandage, which, thank goodness, I never did have to use. And finally, my $7 pair of Kmart sunglasses.
I really recommend ski poles. We actually have trekking poles that have little springs in them. And with all deference to Jardine's ideas, he goes into quite a bit about why people shouldn't take ski poles. And I really disagree with that. They can really save your knees on steep downhills. They are really good in slippery situations if you're going steeply. They're invaluable as safety tools for crossing streams, and you can use them to put up your tarp too. So you don't have to be looking around at the end of the day for, the appropriately sized stick or something. You can, just stick them in there.
The only through hiker actually carrying the whole guidebook. Here it is, the whole thing. Okay. I'm not carrying the California one at this time, which was about twice the width.
The only books you really need for this trip are the two Wilderness Press guides, the guide Volume 1 to California, Volume 2 to Oregon and Washington.
There's a lot of text that tells about a lot of other things than the trail. So the farther I hiked, the more I found myself reading only the maps. Like Washington, I haven't read the text almost at all, and not Oregon either. So I just follow the maps always, and I have the compass almost all the time around my neck, so it's easy to see where on the map you are, and you don't need to read from the text, or I don't where the next water is. I just see the rivers here and the ponds and stuff.
Water sources is the only need that the guidebook served for me. And sometimes the guidebook would make me think too much about mileage and think too much about schedules. And so one time I lost my guidebook. It got pulled out of my pocket going through a lot of shrubs, and it actually turned out to be a blessing because I didn't think about where I was, how many miles I had to do, how much time I had to do those miles, and I had no choice, and I ended up rather enjoying that, except for the fact that I didn't know how far water was, so I ended up carrying more water than I needed to.
Being an AT hiker, again, one thing that I was used to was the guidebook saying when you got to a certain trail junction, you took a right turn, you took a left turn. And the PCT books tell you to go north, go northeast, north and northwest, which to me means what direction do I go now? Which trail do I take?
Just basically need to know how to read a map and use a compass, and you can navigate your way through most areas. I will say though, one thing we did is after we got through the Three Sisters Wilderness, we found out there was a lot of snow on Mount Jefferson. So I went out and bought a 15-minute relief map of the whole area so I could use the peaks around me to get a little more oriented with where we were at. And that helped out a lot because a guidebook is just that narrow strip and to either side of the trail, which doesn't really give you much of anything.
I haven't needed a compass up to this point, although I would recommend one for the Sierras.
One of the most difficult things in the high Sierras was hiking and knowing where you're going to go, because for periods of miles at a time the trail was basically obliterated by snow and you didn't really know where it was.
You don't need much navigational skill to hike the trail. There's a trail from Mexico to Canada, And as long as you're not the first one going over the passes, and you have a map, a topo map, the guidebook. It might be different with each year, but for this year, looking back, I didn't need a compass once. The trail was easy to follow. The only problem I would have sometimes is getting on the wrong trail, and that's because I didn't read the guidebook well enough, or I didn't read the sign on the trail well enough. But I think that just happens.
It would help. I would have rather had more skills, but I sort of learned some in the field and sort of just fudged others and, you know, got here today.
Out here I would say they're not really important at all, except for the High Sierra, where we did know some people who aren't so good with map and compasses that ended up going over the wrong passes. You know, climbing to the wrong side of Forster Pass and then having to climb up that ridge and over down to the other side, or, you know, you're going up toward Pinchot Pass and Pinchot Pass isn't the pass you're looking at, it's the one over to the left that you can't see until you're practically there, and not knowing that, or coming down off of Silver Pass the wrong way and sort of getting stuck by going down the steep side rather than looking at the maps and realizing, no, the trail actually climbs here and then it goes around that way and there's actually an easier way down. So I would say they're certainly helpful, but a lot of people get through with barely adequate navigating skills at all, so I can't say that they're essential. You know, then again, they could be essential if you get stuck in really bad circumstances.
The only thing that I found that works is DEET.
DEET, 100% DEET.
DEET.
DEET. DEET. 100% DEET.
20% DEET.
DEET. DEET.
DEET.
DEET. DEET.
I probably used it on the whole trip a total of 2.5 to 3 weeks, which out of more than 6 months is not a lot.
Walking through a swampy area in Desolation Wilderness or an edge in the Northern Sierras, and it's just been, I mean, they're chasing you out. Hundreds of them, it seems. As soon as you stop, they're swarming all over you.
My worst mosquito experience was just out of Tuolumne, and that was, you couldn't stop, even with the bug stuff on.
I'm from Michigan, and man, there's so many mosquitoes in Michigan that's so miserable, but nothing compared to what that was in Northern California.
And they actually drove some people off the trail.
No matter how long you hike, you can never get used to bugs.
Generally speaking, you just have to kind of live with it. And when they land on you and you feel them, you swat them, and just learn to ignore them.
There were 2 different methods. He would go, "These are bugs, bugs," and I would sit there and go, "What bugs?" And they were all over me. I don't see any bugs. There are no flies. If I don't see flies, then there are no flies.
Took garlic pills for a while, but I honestly think you'd need to take about 12 to 20 garlic pills a day to actually ward off mosquitoes, and you're also going to ward off just about everyone else as well.
These were great for bugs. You get the kind of windbreaker, you know, that won't, they can't get through, and you're good to go. So the only part of me that was ever exposed was if it was hot. You know, I wouldn't be wearing my windbreaker top, but was my arms, my hands, and my face, and I would put bug repellent on my arms, and a little bit on my face, and if I had to, I'd just throw this on, and they don't really bother you then.
At camp, I always shell up. I put on my jacket, my pants, and a mosquito head net.
At first I started just wearing like not using any bug spray and just wearing the nylon and whatever. It sort of sucked. It was a little hot, and so I just bought some off, and it works alright. You just end up having to have patience with mosquitoes, really, and biting flies.
I had nylon mittens that I had made, and I used those actually only twice because they were hard to work, to cook and stuff with them on, but when it was bad enough, it was worth having.
At the start of the hike, I had a sky blue suit that my mom made me right out of the Ray Jardine book. It was a 1.9 ounce ripstop nylon bug suit. I had a head net, mittens. It was fantastic, but it fell apart in the wash.
I actually purchased a bug shirt, and it worked great. It was tightly woven cotton, and they could not poke their proboscis through that cotton because it was so tightly woven. And it had a hood and see-through mesh in the front and on the side panels for ventilation. So that worked great. But they still, you know, you have to eat, so you have to pull that hood up, and they'll get in there, and you have to go to the bathroom sometimes, so they'll get you there.
They were bad down in the desert the first few days, surprisingly. If I had known how bad they were down there, I might have taken a head net. The clothing that we used, these light-colored, long-sleeved things, was really helpful. For some reason, bugs seem to be not attracted or possibly even repelled by light-colored clothing. And by having the long pants and these long-sleeve shirts, we effectively protected ourselves from both the sun and from the bugs, and it kept us from going insane. We only had a tarp down there, so we had no bug protection at night. Fortunately, the biting flies that they've got down there go away as soon as it gets cold. So if you can just stick it out till nighttime, they'll be gone. We carried DEET throughout, and I highly recommend that. I think I would have gone crazy without some kind of chemical protection against the bugs. The next time that we got bugs was after we left Kennedy Meadows and we started heading into the snowmelt. And we had our tent then. I would pitch the tent at lunchtime when we were taking a 2-hour break. I would, you know, pitch that and crawl in. It takes 2 seconds to pitch or 2 minutes to pitch, and then you're comfortable for an hour or two before you have to go out in the bugs again.
There's so much water, so many lakes in Oregon that you could just see the mosquitoes breeding. I mean, you could just picture how miserable it had to be through Oregon for some people. We were lucky because we didn't come through until late August or middle of August through Oregon, and even into September.
I would go to bed with my cap on them, my head net. Once you crawl in your sleeping bag, you just zip it up around you. That's all there is to it. Put you under the tarp.
I found if you're moving at about 3 miles an hour, they really can't catch up to you.
During the day, if I was walking, a lot of times the bugs weren't bad. When I would stop, especially wearing shorts, if I was going to stop for any length of time, I'd pull on my long pants. If I was stopping just for a couple minutes and they were bad, then I would put on Ben's 100.
And as someone, I think Patrick said, whatever doesn't kill you, you grow stronger from. So that's kind of how you have to approach the mosquito issue.
Speaking of bugs, probably the one drawback that I had with the tarp were ants. There were a few sections where there would be a lot more ants than normal. And I found them crawling on me, my sleeping bag, and on my ground sheet all night long. And they did keep me awake a few nights, but it wasn't very often. So it was bearable as a whole.
I had actually in the beginning a umbrella with a mylar on top, and it was pretty good. It keeps you in shade, especially like from 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock at day when the sun is straight up.
I normally hike 2 miles an hour, or a little bit less depending on the terrain. But I noticed that some of the hikers that would go 3 to 4 miles an hour had more problems with the heat than I did. I think you have to remember that if you're out there and it's 100 or 105 degrees, you can't afford to raise your body temperature because you can't cool it off. It's not like being at home where you can go inside the shade or a cool house or whatever. You just have to prevent yourself from getting that hot because you can't cool off. And even if you're at a water source, the water might be warm and it's cooling, but it's not as cooling as cold water is going to be. And if you can't lower your body temperature, that's when you're in trouble.
I have a big fear of snakes in general, so Kia and David pretty much put me in between them as we hiked down the trail. And I actually, I'd get up to a rattlesnake and I would watch it for 5 minutes and see how it moved and see how it reacted to me. And then I became more comfortable with them when I found out they're pretty docile creatures.
First and foremost, get up before the sun rises. And if you can get out of camp by sunrise, you're really able to get 10 or 12 miles in before the real heat of the day hits you. And I think you're kind of ahead of yourself if you can do that. And when the midday sun really hits, find a Joshua tree, find some shade, and stay there for 4 hours. If you have enough water, cook your dinner for lunch. And by the time 4 or 5 comes around, hike till 8 or 9 at night. You have plenty of light. It's late spring, early summer, longest days of the year. And then all of a sudden you have about 20 miles done.
When you plan on having a meal at one water spot, okay, and you hike basically until you get to the next one, and then you have your other meal which requires water, because it's a real pain to have to carry water just for a meal, whereas you want to just drink it.
If you're northbound and it's your first through hike, or your first time on the PCT, it might be a blessing that it's in the very beginning, because that's when your spirit of adventure and your spirit of being able to deal with things is at its peak. And also the Sierras is coming up, so that's always, in the rough times, you can always fantasize about the snow melt and the beautiful scenery coming up. Every 3 miles I drink a liter, which I think was, I didn't meet many people who drank more than that. And it wasn't always, on the dot, 3 miles a liter. But that when I was at a water source and I had 12 miles to go, and say I was going to cook at the next spot, so I didn't need to carry water for cooking, I would carry 4 liters. And, that's 8 pounds, so.
The most important thing to do in the desert is you get to a water source and you're in between water sources and you don't want to carry that much. Drink as much as you can right then. Sometimes I hiked at night to the San Felipes. I started at 6 at night, went to midnight, woke up at 4:30, and then finished at 10:30 at Barrel Spring.
I carry a water bottle, about a quart-sized water bottle, and 2 Platypus brand water containers. They carry about 2.5 quarts each. And with that much capacity, I've had to fill everything up twice.
Do the solar umbrella. I think it's an incredibly good idea. Although I was carrying it for so long because I was so scared about the Mojave Desert. It turned out the Mojave is just it was blowing wind so hard that I didn't even open my umbrella up. Water, just used this bladder, little MSR dealie, and did extra those big plastic bottles, that, Calistoga water bottles. And I had one of those for a while, one of those platypus things, but it was just sort of a pain in the butt. Desert travel I liked. I liked Chaparral. It was a little long. A month in the desert is probably more than I liked.
And I was carrying usually about 2 gallons at the start. 6 or 7 quarts, so about a gallon and a half.
The desert, people will think they get an image in their mind of some flat, desolate, sandy place, with a few cactus and a rock or two here and there. No shade, no nothing. But it's not like that at all, not up where I hike, not where the trail goes. It's a lot of chaparral, and a lot of it's growed into the trail and everything. And hiking with an umbrella is a pain in the butt. Especially with a Mylar covered one. Because you come up to a place where the chaparral is higher than your head. It's all growed in. So you got your umbrella. I had it hooked to my pack. So I have to take it off my pack, collapse it, and to get through the brush. And then I held it in my hand for a while. And that didn't work either. And in the wind, it wants to take it away from you. So I just hiked with a cap.
With the sun, I wore a large, wide-brimmed hat, which worked great. And this baseball hat probably wouldn't work because it would allow sun from the side, and this is not long enough to get the early morning sun. One thing I would suggest for future hikers is that they wear a long-sleeve, cheap cotton shirt to protect even their arms, because what I did is I put sunblock on, but even that was not enough because I got heat rash. Just carried a dromedary bag, 10 liter. We didn't really need the 10 liters of that dromedary bag. Probably a 5 liter would have done.
Where there's no shade, I'd try to make shade with a tarp and the space blanket, and relax through the hot part of the day. I never really got into hiking at night. Some people did and enjoyed that, but I personally didn't like it. Even when I had a flashlight, it seemed like I was always stumbling about in the dark.
What we got were expensive brim hats with some sort of fancy space age material at the top that reflected the heat away and the sunlight away, and were very, very breathable, and that worked fine. Now, also because we had no intention of hiking too far during the day, we were getting up before dawn, leaving when it was about light enough to see, or thereabouts, and anywhere between as early as 9 a.m. in some brutally hot stretches, and never later than 11 a.m., we were putting up our tarp and holding up like rats and eating our main meal there, both to get rid of the food weight and the water weight to cook that meal, and then when it, relatively speaking, cooled off, going on again.
I didn't put the tent up there. At night you wake up and you see the stars. It's very pretty. You see lizards during the day, different kinds of lizards, rattlesnakes, cactuses you've never seen before. I really thought it was a very important part of this trail, and also a very nice part.
This trip, you really don't learn how to cope with rain, because the problem is the California and Oregon kind of lulls you into this "you're not going to get rained on" thing, and then you get to Washington, it's wham bam, you're wet.
He had an idea to go out and get trash compactor bags, which 3-ply? Mm-hmm. 3-ply, very thick, and they wrap the sleeping bag up in that, and then wrap everything else in another bag. And then I tried to move my sleeping bag away from the bottom of my pack, put it right in about the middle of it, and the clothes on top of that, and then we had a pack cover over that.
This has been my rain jacket the entire trip, except for the Sierras where I did carry a Gore-Tex jacket, but this is just a wind jacket. It kind of resists light rain and drizzle. It's just a Red Ledge brand jacket. It's about $30 or so, and just keeps the wind and some of the real cold off. You know, wear this over a fleece and it's just, you know, you've got a nice little parka system. And for the times that it's really rained, oh yeah, the plastic bag.
You should always have something, a highly water-resistant pair of pants, waterproof jacket, 2 layers for the legs, 3 layers for the upper body, and whenever you're in mountainous areas. You can get away with 1 layer for the legs and 2 layers for the upper body when you're in non-mountainous areas in the summertime, no problem. But you know, right now it's September in Washington and it's getting cold.
If it's really wet or the bushes are really thick, what I like to do is put on this, just a garbage bag that there's been a hole cut in it, or ripped in it, and I just put it on like that over my shorts. It looks like I need a new garbage bag. And whatever, it wicks the water right off your shorts, stay dry, good ventilation. I definitely recommend.
We're so lax in our covering up of journals and money and toilet paper. You know, we didn't have them in nice baggies, all zipped up. So your first good rain, you find out all the things that get wet quickly.
Waterproof, breathable pants and waterproof, breathable jacket. And now I find out lately when it's been raining hard that my jacket is leaking a little bit in the neck because I use deed on my neck always. I think it has kind of burned through my neck. So I put, when it was raining very hard, I put a garbage bag on me, the t-shirt, a garbage bag, and then the rain jacket, and it worked very well.
5 days with wet feet was not a lot of fun. But, you know, you laugh and you get through it, and, you know.
Makes you do more miles.
Makes you do more miles, that's for sure.
There's 2 different types of rain I can think about when I think about the PCT. One is the sudden late afternoon thunderstorms, which normally you get in the high Sierra. All of us were very lucky. No one apparently experienced that, but in normal years I think through hikers would. And the only main rule there is to know your pace. Once again, that's always the mantra here. Know your pace and make sure you're not approaching the top of that pass just as it's about to turn to thunderstorms, because you know, you're a human lightning rod up there at that particular time. And we used to, in more traditional years, what we've done is we've usually camped at the foot of the pass, assuming you can do that you're not in snow up to your waist, gone over the pass first thing in the morning. Among other things, you're rested from the night, and the climb is not as arduous, and then get down off the pass long before the thunderstorms would happen. So we would look back and see the thunderstorms clouds gathering on the pass, and we were already well on our way down to the stream or river crossing at the bottom of the pass we had just gone over. The other, which can be psychologically debilitating, is this 3 or 4 days of constant rain in the Pacific Northwest, you know, in the Cascades. And then there's a number of things. One is, if we set out, let's say it's an 8-day stretch, every time when it is good weather, we cook the food that takes the longest, because we can do that outside either on a campfire or on our stove, and it's not, oh God, I've got the meal that takes 25 minutes to cook, I'm going to stand here in the rain. So we try to get rid of the long cooking meals on the days when it's dry, and save the quick-out stuff, especially something like freeze-dried, for a rainy night where you can sort of just, you know, start the stove, stick your nose out from your tent, boil the water, stir it up and eat it quickly. You know, something like a Lipton dinner. You know, you just need to bring the water to a boil and then let it sit in the hot water until it sort of softens. That's a good thing to save for that. The other is, save something that's important for you. If you have a favorite candy bar or dessert, hold on for that for the miserable rainy night. So when you're walking from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. to get in your mileage, because it's getting dark and you want to get your distance done because Canada is getting closer and winter is coming, well, then save that double dip fudgy chocolate bar for that night, so when you get in you have some sort of special reward. That's not a good night. to be eating crumbled Ritz crackers for dessert or something like that. So give yourself rewards. You can't get rid of the rain, but you can make the evening more pleasant for yourself.
You're more at risk of hypothermia in rain than in snow. That comes as a surprise to a lot of people, but rain, in 40-degree temperatures and mid-30-degree temperatures can actually be kind of dangerous if you're not paying attention. Dan was suggesting that you eat and drink frequently, have your snacks and treats and candy bars, and I think that keeps your energy up. You have to continue to drink. Even if it's raining, you might not be feeling thirsty, but drinking frequently is a really good prevention against hypothermia. And I think that some special advice needs to be given to lightweight backpackers who are carrying not as much gear as some of the rest of us. You've got to really make sure that your stuff that's supposed to be dry is dry, because if you're wet and cold, that's a recipe for getting hypothermia. So again, if you're an ultralight hiker and you're stuck in really bad rain and your stuff is starting to get drenched, you need to recognize that you might be in danger of hypothermia and do steps to prevent it. And usually that means terminating exposure by putting up your tarp or your tent and crawling underneath it and getting warm until the weather changes or until you're feeling a little bit better. But that's something, again, that experience teaches you when you might be at risk for that. And it's an example of where hiking extremely lightweight can be dangerous, because lightweight hiking sort of assumes that it's going to be sunny all the time. And when the weather turns bad, you need to put a little bit of extra emphasis on thinking about hypothermia and staying warm.
I pass up town stops or motel stops or anything else rather than to go El Cheapo with rain gear. I also have a pair of rain pants, which I think probably would be most important in wind-driven rain to prevent me from getting hypothermic. I haven't worn them yet, but I almost consider them the same thing I would consider the equipment in a first aid kit. If I'm going to need them, I'm going to really need them. Make sure that you have a pack cover that fits properly. I really don't buy this. Well, just stop at the theoretical Forest Service trash can and rip off a Ziploc, a trash bag. And anyone who's ever tried to put a trash bag on in a windstorm would correct that image very, very much. Our stuff sacks for our sleeping bags are actually, I think, probably made for canoeists, because you could drop this thing into a lake and nothing would happen to it. It's completely sealed. Our stuff sacks for our clothing aren't quite as good, but they are lined and coated on the inside so that they will resist rain. And all the food is like the 2 Lipton dinners we're going to boil up. Each 2 Lipton dinners is its own large, like quart or gallon size Ziploc bag. Inside, each bar of cheese is in its own plastic, so that everything is separated out from everything else as much as possible. And that takes a little bit of work. Town staff to sit there repackaging all this stuff, but then it's pretty much bomb-proof.
It snowed 8 inches on me on Mount Whitney, and so for the next couple of days coming up Forester and the next passes, it was no trail, no tracks, no anything. It was just a compass and whoa, that looks like a pass.
We came across this snowfield at Rock Mesa, and it was boom, just snow as far as we could see. We basically sat down at a trail marker that was 4 feet under snow. Just the top of it was sticking out, and pulled the compass out, and we decided to, whatever decision we made in direction we were going to go, we were going to make it together and stick to it. And that's how we got through that.
When I went through the flat snowfields, like coming into Forester Pass, I found out what sun cups were. And I found out the hard way because I kept falling into them. If I tried to balance on the ridges, I fell off. And if I stepped in the middle of the cup, normally I would go through and hit a rock underneath. So it was tricky. But when I got to the vertical part, that was even worse because I had no idea what you did. I thought you followed switchbacks, and when there weren't any, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, it's work. It's hard work, and you find it's working your back. You're walking along, and you're constantly adjusting like this, and your pack is going left and right, and your back muscles are working more than they've ever had, and you're like, at the end of the day, your whole body's kind of
and you have to, it seems, keep your legs tense the whole time, so it takes little different muscles than just normally striding. So it's a little more tiring, but lucky on those sections I was just doing like 17 to 20 miles a day and didn't really have to make the mileage because I had more time to go through there.
During the early morning hours, it's real icy and easy to slip.
One tip, if you're dealing with snow at any severe angle, make sure it's snow and not when it's ice. You know, don't go over a pass when it hasn't been already fully sun exposed for quite some time. And just don't. It's no fun because you're not carrying crampons on a through hiking trip.
If you're familiar with Black Diamond ski slopes, some of the mountain passes in the Sierras are like that, and sort of try to take that attitude in there when you go to them, and it makes going over some of the more treacherous passes a little easier. But an ice axe is it'll help with your speed and your confidence.
This is my ice axe, okay? Cassin Dragonfly. It's actually the lightest one in the world. It's only 12 ounces.
Practice with that ice axe before you go out. If you don't live in a place where there's snow, you'll find plenty of snow in the high Sierra to practice on.
I didn't use an ice axe, and I should have. I should have had a small one because in case I went over a pass and nobody had gone over it, and it was early in the morning.
What I saw was about half the people on the trail had an ice axe, and about half of them didn't.
I have a hiking stick, you know, a 2-section pole, and that's all I use. I'd stick it in down below and step on it and hold it and kick a foothold in with my left foot, and then get up there and then kick one with my right, and in conjunction with the pole. And sometimes it'd take you an hour to get across the snowpack.
I used my boots and a walking stick, and it worked out fine because most of the time I was in a relatively large group going. I mean, I was in midst of the traffic flow going through. I had steps all the time.
Now, after the fact, if you ask them the question, they might say, oh yeah, we made it through the Sierra with ski poles, no problem, or we made it through the Sierra with nothing, no problem. But talking to these people in the middle of the experience, if we had handed them our ice axes, they would have taken them.
Boots are definitely better in the snow than tennis shoes, just because of the edging on boots. When you're going downhill in snow, it's a full body workout to keep your balance, especially when it's really sun-cupped and it's slippery. And with boots, you can just kind of hop down, driving your heel in every step, and where shoes, it would just that way, this way.
I had lightweight hiking boots rather than low-top cross trainers or tennis shoes that I wear now. But I don't think I even needed those.
I knew where the dangers were, and for example, rocks that were popping out of the snow, you want to stay away from those.
Just being careful and paying attention to where you're putting each foot down was important. And when I started getting careless and running down the slopes, or going faster than I should because I felt it was safe, that's usually when I slipped or post hold or something, stepping near a rock or a boulder.
I would always slept warm because I had a warmer sleeping bag with me through the Sierras.
I do have a pair of long underwear and a long underwear top, which I rarely pull out.
You have a tent, you have a full-length pad, you have a warm sleeping bag. So at night, you're all right. And during the day, you put your long sleeve shirt, long johns on, your rain gear, so you have to stay dry, that's important.
I've been over the Sierras 3 or 4 times. I've never found them to be especially cold. I keep my feet from getting cold by wearing, first of all, boots and not running shoes, and then wearing gaiters over my boots so that when I'm going down and sinking in snow, it's not coming over the top and turning my feet into icicles. If, like on glissades, my feet do get wet, I immediately stop at the bottom, wring the socks out. Under extreme conditions, I don't think I had to do it this trip, I would change my socks right away as soon as I got off of the snow and onto dry land, lower down on the lower slopes, hang the socks on the back of the pack to dry them right away. You spend some time, if you have to ever do this, to really tamp down a tent site. Try to push the snow away. Use your hiking stick. If you have an ice axe, use that. Try to get down to dry ground. If there's too much snow for that, stomp the snow down and make a sleeping platform on the snow. But just don't throw your tent onto loosely packed snow and then lay down, because your body heat is going to start to melt that snow and you're going to have a slush underneath you.
I like to get one big stick. If it's a very bad ford and the river is coming this way, I jab the stick in and I move along like this. I had my Asics tennis shoes and just a sock liner. So if there's rocks, it's good to have shoes on. And then I hike. The water was always freezing cold because it's snow melt. I walk and the shoes dry very fast because they were so lightweight and the liner is thin. And then I had one liner on the pack to dry up for the next day, next morning. So that's how I did it. And also I sometimes psych myself up with adrenaline before fording the river. Like, all right, let's go. So that you don't go that, oh, I wonder if I can make it, because then it's hard. If you decide you're going to go, then it's easier.
Early season in the Sierras is where you're going to have more of a problem, especially the Evolution Valley. Right in Evolution Valley, there's a big ford right there, and it can get chest deep for the early season hikers. When we came through, obviously, it was already July, so it was knee deep, which worked out well.
You'll cross more rivers in one day in the Sierras than I think you will for those that have hiked the Appalachian Trail, for the entire Appalachian Trail. And just approach them as early in the morning as you can. And some of you will go up to just your knees, some will go to your thighs, some will go over your waist. And I don't carry trekking poles, walking poles at all, but if there's any time when I wish I had them was through the Sierras.
I got there about 6 o'clock in the evening and it was a torrent. I took one look at it and realized there was not a possibility of getting across that one. I looked up and down and I found a spot a little downstream where I thought I might cross in the morning. So I made camp. It was a nice campsite. In the morning I got up early and I ran to the stream and looked, and sure enough it was 6 inches lower. And I said, I'm going.
Some of them were hair-raising leaps across white water, and anytime you do that, you gotta expect to fall and imagine yourself falling in and to check where you go, well, if I fall here, I'm gonna smash into that boulder. Okay, well, not a good idea to cross there. Logs can be slippery. It's challenging. I like creek fording. It's one of those little things that has the aspect of danger and little daredevilish to see what, and the cold water was the incentive to be a little daredevilish. Some of them you're not going to get across without going in. I mean, there's just too wide, nothing's going to get you across dry. I would just, having tennis shoes, I'd just walk straight through all the way. I mean, I wouldn't take them off, mainly because unless you carry sandals, if you take your shoes off and try and cross barefoot, you're walking on rocks on bare feet, which when you hike a lot, your feet are tender. So you're going to walk really slow across these rocks, trying to keep your balance. And that's only going to numb your legs even more. So and I never had a problem with, and my shoes would dry, and it was almost like shoes acted as like a little wetsuit. A lot of people wear waterproof socks, neoprene socks, or whatever, the scuba diving socks. That's probably a pretty good idea. Pretty lightweight. I mean, probably better than sandals. It'll protect your tender feet crossing rocks and stuff. For a long time, it was like a little mission to see if I could get across without getting wet. But actually, that ended up backfiring on me a few times, where I ended up spending 45 minutes climbing up a hill trying to find a place to cross, and every time I get somewhere and see that I couldn't cross there, I look upstream, ooh, maybe I could cross there, and it ended up burning up, a good hour, and I ended up walking across getting wet, so from then on it was, all right, usually I'd only really try if it was late and my shoes wouldn't dry in time before night.
Cold. Did the Forks crossing, and it was in the morning, first thing in the morning, and my feet were numb for a mile after that.
I had a bad experience on Evolution Creek where I actually got picked up off my feet and had to scramble to get my feet back on the ground before I could finally cross. And after that experience, I gained a lot of respect for water.
I had one fort that came up to here on me, and it was fast. It was Bear Creek coming into Tuolumne. And, man, that's like, Foxhole Christian. It's like mid-river Christian right there.
I carry my camera on my hip belt, so that's the first thing I get out and put in the top of my back, which I learned after the first board.
So I decided I would just slosh right on across it. And the next morning, after my boots were wet and I'd been fording creeks all the day before, I woke up the next morning several times and my boots were frozen solid.
Using ropes in rivers can actually contribute to people drowning because of rope drag and because if the person is caught against the rope, pulling against it, maybe head over, their head first, and a person's hanging onto the rope and the drag is pulling them down, it can actually cause a person to drown. So you're much better off going over one at a time. We always go over with footwear. I recommend some sort of amphibious sandals. People going through with sneakers, I don't know how they did it, getting their feet wet in the morning, striding through the streams and then climbing up the ice slopes. But I did see some people rubbing dangerously frozen-looking toes in the evening by a fire. So I can vouch for the fact that however they managed to do it, it certainly wasn't pleasant for them. So I would definitely recommend that you take something for crossing because it's not safe to go across barefoot. If you go across barefoot, the rocks are too sharp, you can't see them. You also need to pick your route. The place where the trail, which is heavily trampled in August when the rivers have subsided, goes into the water, is not necessarily the best place to cross in June. So when you get to the river, you need to look and see whether or not that's the best place. What you're looking for is something that's not too fast and not too deep. If the water is very, very green and placid, it usually, that very deep glacial sort of Coke bottle green color, it's usually the deep spot, and that could be chest deep or more. So you want to try and go around those deep spots. You don't want to cross, if you can avoid it, you don't want to cross through raging white water. Sometimes you can't avoid that, unfortunately. But generally what you're looking for is where it looks a little bit ripply and broken up, so it's not too deep and not running too fast. And generally, if it's not more than about mid-thigh high, you should be okay. The other thing that you need to do is face upstream and sort of walk at an angle, heading sort of maybe 60 degrees in an upstream direction. You'll keep your balance better. I'm not exactly sure why this is, but if you try and stride right across, it seems to me that you're much more at the mercy of the current, whereas if you're facing the current and going a little bit upstream, working against it, it moves you back a little bit, but you can handle it better. It's much better on your balance.
I found that the fords came at the worst possible moment in the day, because this was always the case. Okay, we had dragged our sorry butts up the pass where there was no trail because we couldn't find it because it was buried in snow, enjoyed the view at the top, pretending we weren't scared out of our wits about going down the pass, slid, tripped, and miraculously got down off the pass, even with the ice axes. Then, now we're desperate to camp, and as you head down the meadow, you hear this ungodly roar like a runaway freight train. You say, oh God, it's the river. And now you get down to the river, and on the other side is the pristine campsite, and all you want is for your butt to be there. And that's where you have to stop and say, let me catch my breath, let me not try to cross immediately because I'm tired. I'm mentally tired, even perhaps as much or more than physically tired. The trail, as Karen said, has probably not brought me to the best place to cross this time of year. And just catch your breath. We used to wait for the other people in our group, who we tended to be ahead of at that moment, to regroup with us and just sit on our packs for a couple of minutes. And then it was much easier to say, well, if we have to walk 3/10 of a mile in some direction to find a better place to cross, and then walk the 3/10 of a mile back up to that pristine campsite on the other side, that's the way it goes. And to say, I don't want to do the extra mileage, I want to get this over with, and to plunge into the river is probably literally to plunge into the river, and that's a bad thing to do.
The first day out of Campo, I threw up a few times, like about 4 times, and fortunately it was late in the evening and the sun was going down, so it was cooling down. I guess if that had happened earlier in the day, it could have been really bad. But I guess what I saw there was the first stages of heat exhaustion, and I just wasn't taking in enough water.
I got sick the second day out, and I was 3 days in the hospital. And so maybe take it easy, not push yourself too much. It's a big change coming from Finland or wherever you're coming from to that heat. So drink a lot of water, force it down, and don't try to hike too far from the border. Even if the book says you have to get as far as possible.
I started with 2 quarts from Campo. I started at 9:30, it was already hot out, headed out. By about 8 miles I was done with a quart, and I wasn't feeling that well. And I got heat exhaustion. I started throwing up, and I got down to Hauser Creek, which is about 15 miles into the trail, and luckily met 2 brothers from Seattle, the Rice brothers, who are ahead of me now, and they gave me 2.5 quarts of water. And if they didn't, I really don't know what I would have done, because from Hauser Creek to the water is 5 miles, and it's mostly uphill, about if I remember correctly, about a 3,000 foot climb or something pretty steep. And so after that first day, I did make it to the lake, set up my tent, drank Tang, went to sleep, woke up not feeling well, thinking, what am I doing out here? I've got 20 miles out of 2,600 some. And after that, the first 3 days were pretty tough. It was desert, it was hot, there wasn't a lot of water. And I remember taking breaks on the side of the hill thinking, what am I doing out here? And then I made it to the first resupply, which is Mount Laguna, 42 miles into the trip. Kind of regrouped, ate a lot of food, drank a lot of liquids, and from then on out, didn't have a single thought of quitting this trail.
It's hard to know, how far is going to be far enough. I thought that I was a good distance from the border, and I still ran into 20 Mexicans the first night that I was out.
It's not a good idea to camp near any sort of dirt road or road. I also had an experience there. We camped one night about 30 miles from the border, and we were woken up by illegals, but we were camped right near a dirt road, and it was one of their access routes into America.
Leave Campo at 4 in the morning. don't get there at like 9 when we did and take off, because it was 103 that day and we weren't ready for it. When you get to the desert, when you leave Campo, just have in mind that you really need to move. If you can, if you're in good enough shape and you can hit the trail doing good days, move. Try to get all the way to Lake Marina in one day. That's 21 miles or 22 miles if you can do that.
If you can hike with 1 or 2 other people, at least start out with them. I think comfort-wise it'll be easier for you, not just from the jitters of starting out on a trip, but also there is a huge border patrol presence at the border to kind of control the influx of immigrants into the country from Mexico. And that first 50 miles from Campo, it's going to be, it can be really enjoyable. It's your first desert experience for a lot of people, but be sure to have kind of that company around you. Just for nothing awful happens down there, but that company will really kind of help you out with your confidence.
I actually hitchhiked into Campo, which worked out quite well. But there's a bus which runs from San Diego, I think.
Our van broke down and we didn't end up getting. I met a girl on the van ride to Campo, so this was my first other person to talk to, and I had been, planning for 6 months, and here she is. Oh well, I decided 3 weeks ago. So it was like right away I got this extreme contrast of the different kind of people that come out here, just right off the bat, and that was good. It really made me. It boosted up my feeling that I had a chance to do it even more. So we didn't get to the border till 6:30 at night, and only hiked 4 miles. Ended up sleeping on the trail itself, and I've heard a lot of stories about illegals trampling over you in the middle of the night, or all this action going on in the middle of the night. But I didn't even see border patrol running around. I had no clue anything was going on.
If you're starting at Campo, be prepared to gear up for the desert. And then when you get to the mountains, have your gear there for the mountains. And then when you're done with the mountains, go back to have different, whatever gear you want for the lower mountains in Northern California and Oregon. That's really important. Don't carry stuff that you don't need for any extended period of time than you have to. But biggest thing, prepare to adjust and make adjustments as you're going along.
Maybe the way to start from Campo is to start so that you can put in a very easy day off the border and still leave yourself in range to get to Lake Morena the next night. That way you have a day or two out to kind of say, all right, this is we're out. You calm yourself down, and then you get to Lake Morena and you can get a shower and a milkshake and have access to the limited things that are there in that village. Fairly quickly if things are deciding whether they're good or bad.
Remember, there's no one way to do this trip, and the fact that your hiking partner is urging you to do 20 miles a day, or the fact that you've done big mileage in the past, or that you've read a book that says that you should be starting at a certain number of miles a day if you want to get to, Canada by a certain time, is neither here nor there. For the first week, cut yourself some slack, and I would say that the most important thing that you can do is take care of your feet.
One layover day works really good. After that, I think your body starts getting in this mode of, I'm done, and it seems to be hard. Once you leave, after more than one day off, it's hard to get back in the groove.
Sometimes it's good to take a day off and enjoy if there's something nice to enjoy, but some places it was a very small place, and then I felt, why not hike instead and stay there. so I didn't take a whole lot of days off.
Town stops were a little bit on the odd side in one way. You get out on the trail, and the first thing you think about is how many days it's going to take you to get to the next stop, and then you count your way down to it, and then when you get there, about 2 hours after you're there, it's a hassle. All of a sudden you've got to answer a lot of questions from people, which can be very enjoyable but can also be a nuisance. And then it seems like there's 8 million things to do. You have to buy stuff, wash stuff, send stuff home. After a few town stops, they became less enjoyable to the point where if I could have skipped some, I would have. But by the time I stayed one night, that was it. I wanted back out on the trail. I wanted to get out of town.
That's very important, to take time off and to go get some good food and have conversation with the people that are living in whatever town you're at and kind of get a feel for, you know, what that town's about.
Towns kind of break a 6-month trip into 25 week-long trips or less. And all of a sudden when you have smaller goals like that, it's a lot easier to kind of get from Mexico to Canada.
Sometimes I am anxious, like there's an anxiety of dealing with cars and stores, and it's not something I like to do most of the time, unless it's really on the trail. But to go off trail and also to go back to civilization, this is the first time I stop and I enjoy it and I needed the stop, but usually I don't as fast as I can. I must say, if I could have my foot drop on the trail, that would be fine with me.
Sometimes I can get into a town and actually leave the same day, but it very rarely happens. Because I'm resupplying myself as I go along. Usually, if I sort of hurry through the process, it'll take me about 3 hours to buy food, get it all into Ziplocs and put it all in my pack. But usually I'm not too keen on leaving anyway, and I'd like to have at least a meal in town and sort of catch up on people. I like town stops are very important. I couldn't. It's like a psychological boost, you know. You have like ice cream or pizza or whatever you've been craving.
I like to be out for a good 6-7 days. I really enjoy those stretches because it takes by the end of the second day for me to really be involved in where I'm at. And then if it's like a 7-day, then I have 3 days of pure being right there, not thinking about that I'm going to be at the next place, not thinking about that I just left the last place. 3 days, of a 7-day stretch. So there's, the first 2 days and the last 2 days are a lot of times mentally consumed by where you're coming from or where you're going.
I love them, and I think you have to have a layover day. You have to be able to get some fat food in your body for you. Your body needs it. You need to just chill out, relax. You need to focus on something else besides the trail. You need to get in new surroundings at times. You need to feel like you can treat yourself. And towns and layover days on the trail are a necessity. I mean, I'm glad they're there.
A layover day for me wasn't necessarily a whole day, single day off the trail, which meant 2 nights in one place. But it could have meant getting to a resupply point about noon and leaving about noon the next day.
I ended up spending a lot more money in towns than I had thought because I was starved when I got into towns and my eating went way up. I could eat a lot more food than normally did. And it was nice to have a town, but again, a lot of towns you go through are just small little resort type communities where things are really expensive if they're there at all.
I haven't taken that many, but they've added up to quite a few. My first layover days was Tehachapi, and I stayed there 2 days because my My drift box didn't make it there. That's a box I send ahead of myself with some things that I might need later. And I waited 2 days for it. Finally, on the third day I left. Had it forwarded ahead of me. And but I would say a maximum of 2 days at any resupply station or town at a motel would be plenty, because after that you're either going to go one way or the other. You're going to think, I'm not going back on the trail, or you're going to get real antsy to get back on the trail.
Your body definitely goes through a physical learning curve in the beginning of the trail, and for those rest days, layover days, were just a time to let your body recoup. And it's really important, especially if you're not 100% in shape, to give your body just time to heal itself and rest.
I'm pretty religious about taking a day off a week. If I hit 10 or 14 days without a day off, I get pretty cranky. So I try to do that. And I don't mind staying in hotels and trying every little cafe in town. I think that's part of the experience. Some people just come out for the wilderness. I come out to see the West Coast.
There's some towns, it seems, where people are just tired of dealing with hikers. That's one disadvantage to do a slower schedule, I think, is that you get into some towns where the mass, well, there's not that much of a mass, but they get inundated with hikers for a week or two, and then you come along as the tail end of that mass. You kind of bear the good and the bad of what they created ahead of you.
Town can be unfriendly when you don't have a place to go. Like once all your little chores are done, a lot of times I just get back on the trail and spend the night in the woods. Sometimes I'd bring fresh food and have like a nice little dinner or something like that, like right out of town.
We also tend to mail ourselves our food drops to motels or friends in town when that's the case, rather than post offices. So like yesterday when we got here at 9 o'clock on a Sunday morning, we didn't have 24 hours to wait before we got our hands on what was a major resupply, because our next change of season gear happened to be in this particular town spot. And every now and then, usually every 2 to 3 weeks, we treat ourselves to an extra day off in town. And even if it's been a very tough section or a very dramatic change, like maybe 2 days off in town, like we took 2.5 days off at Tuolumne Meadows to celebrate the fact that we'd gotten through the High Sierra, and to sort of have a breather before the next part of the hike started. And we're taking a full day off here today because we're almost in Washington, and this is sort of the 9th inning of, the 7th inning stretch, probably the better image of this ball game that we're playing here, and just to catch our breath and sort of realize we've reached a watershed.
Mail drops were not that hard. A lot of people think that on the PCT it's much harder than the AT, and I would say that it might be a little harder, but I don't think that it's a lot harder.
About halfway through the trip, the things that I had bought in preparation were not things that seemed to be appetizing to me anymore. So those boxes are at home now, and I've been eating junk food for the last half of the trip.
Recently, they've been so repetitive since I packed them 5 months ago and with the same stuff that it's not as much of a Christmas present opening thing anymore.
And after about 8 boxes, I don't want to see that stuff again. So if I were to do this trail again, I believe I would, dinners I haven't really tired of, so I would pack those, but lunches and breakfasts, places that had a store, and since I knew which places had big stores, I would maybe include half a lunch and then get the other half from the place I was at, depending on what I wanted for that section. And for breakfasts, usually I miss bread products, so now when I'm in a town that has bread products, I'll just grab a loaf of bread or a thing of bagels. or hot dog buns or whatever they have.
What I've found is I got sick of the vegetables I dried right away, and they've been going in the hiker box pretty regularly. I got sick of the beef jerky pretty quick too, and that's been discarded regularly as well. Some of my dinners I've been sick of just because when you're eating, you know, I bought all this food in bulk, and so I'm eating. I didn't give myself enough variety.
I think 27's too many. I think maybe if I had divided that in half, it would have worked for me the whole trip.
I had 5 meal drops that I did before my start, and all of them were in California. And actually, 1 or 2, I looked at the store and it would have had plenty of food, so I really think I wouldn't have needed just 3 meal drops actually.
We mailed most of our stuff, but look, you know, in retrospect now, I think we could have bought a lot of our food. We lost 1 box in the mail, gone.
So many places, there is a post office, and next door to it or across the street there is a big grocery store. So some people rush there to the post office to get their food that they're tired of, and I go to the grocery store on Sunday or wherever, and I buy what I seen other hikers eat, because that's what you usually start to, oh, I want to try that because other hikers have it.
The advantage of not having a mail drop is this whole post office and weekend thing. You've got a couple of major holidays that most people are going to hit. You got the Memorial Day and Labor Day, and July 4th. So you got three 3-day weekends that if you don't make a town, you're going to have to sit it out. And you know, it could be good, it could be bad. You may get stuck in some town. It costs $100 a night to sleep there.
I haven't gotten screwed, but these 2 girls that keep getting, you know, show up to town like a Saturday afternoon, and that means that Sunday it's going to be closed and they can't get in until Monday, and it just slows them down.
It costs to send a package from the East Coast to the West Coast, 20-pound package. You can mail it 4th class, 5th class, 10th class. It's still going to cost $15, $20, $25. Add that up over 25 town stops, and you've got anywhere from $500 to $800, which could have been spent on beer, pizza, a motel room.
Buying at certain places might be better, and then maybe sending up from there to the next places. That seemed like the best. Other than, you know, the conventional method, that seemed like the best method that I've seen, because you can get it relatively the same cheap, you know, the same price, and you're able to say, I don't like that anymore, or ooh, I want to try this, you know.
There's about a 15-day stretch where there doesn't seem to be a decent store. In that case, I've bought sufficient food, and I'm doing the mail thing from here. Okay. And that seems to be working out pretty well. I've only had to do that about 4 times.
If I was to do it again, I wouldn't even have mail drops at those places where I knew I'd have an opportunity to purchase a lot of food. And of course, at the more remote places, or places where the services aren't available, I'd have to give myself a good food drop. But and then what I'd do is I'd set up a drift box, like Ray Jardine suggests, and I'd have my guidebook in there, the guidebook sections, and I'd have other things in there that I use semi-regularly. I'd have soap in there. I'd have spices in there, things I'd fill up on.
Even if it says like not well stocked, Stehikin, well, it's not well stocked, it's not a big store, but I could get food from there. White Pass, moderately stocked grocery. It's not a very good big store, but I got my food from there. The food that I bought, if it's a very small store, they always had like bread and cheese almost every place. So you buy a big loaf of bread, it's good priced usually, and cheese or peanut butter. Then they always have cookies, and of course if you Snicker bars, of course everybody has, and all kinds of candies. And then almost every place had minute rice and mashed potatoes, instant mashed potatoes. And also you can soak also oatmeal if you want to, but I much more prefer cereals cold.
If you don't use any at all, you don't have to worry about making it to town Friday by 5 o'clock.
There's no such thing as a bad resupply point. Some places just require more creativity than others when obtaining food. This brief overview will give you a better feel for what's available along the trail and whether you want to mail yourself food or buy it locally. Let's start with Campo. The Stone Store Museum offers camping space and water. Write or call to make arrangements. Just down the road is the bus depot, the post office, and the grocery store. Some creative thinking will be required when buying your food here. You can also get water from their sink. Mount Laguna. Its compact size will require you to be flexible in your food selection. There's also a post office here. Rental cabins are next door. Warner Springs. The post office is next door to a gas station mini-mart. A lot of creativity is needed for resupply. The country club in town also has a restaurant you can check out. Idlewild. You'll walk 4.5 miles and 2,300 feet down the mountain to this tourist town. That giant sucking sound you hear is you being seduced by all it has to offer. Everything you need is here. The state park has free showers and camping. Cabazon. Compared to Idlewild, you'll experience much less gravity here. The store will require some creative buying. The town park offers free camping and showers. Big Bear City. If you're dealing with blisters, this is a good place to rest. How much longer hikers will be able to camp at the fire station's backyard is anybody's guess, but it sure makes a great home base. There's pizza, restaurants, laundry, and groceries within just a few blocks. Creative purchasing is required. However, a bus can zip you to huge shopping malls within minutes. Wrightwood. It's a 2,500-foot descent into a town which has everything but a place to stay. Try the country club, and there's always motels. No creativity is required to resupply in Agua Dulce. The well-stocked grocery store is pretty much the hub of hiker activity. The post office is here, there's tables to sit at, a hiker box, a phone. A mile further down the road is a church that lets you camp on their premises. Tehachapi and Mojave. Both are 10 miles from the trail, west and east respectively. The Tehachapi post office is on the outskirts of town, so getting to it may present a bit of a problem. I found the trail's best salad bar here. There's over 150 items. Tehachapi has everything. So does Mojave. If you have a cell phone, you can call this motel and they'll come pick you up. The post office and restaurants are nearby. The well-stocked grocery store is a mile away. Onyx. On the corner of Easy Street and Highway 178 is the gas station mini-mart. As you might expect, choice of hiker food demands some flexibility. The post office is right behind the store. Kennedy Meadows, gateway to the High Sierras. This little general store runs off a generator. Stock up on your creative buying powers here. There's a washer, a hot shower is outside. No phone is available. A few miles further north is the campground. Independence. For those hikers who want to cut their food bags weight in half through the Sierras, get off at Kearsarge Pass and hitch down to Independence. Pretty much everything you need is here. There's motels and hostels as well as free campgrounds. Vermilion Valley Resort. You can walk the 6 miles to the resort or pay the ferry to take you there. Like all remote resupply points, be prepared to pay for the conveniences. Your first night in the tent is free, however. The small store demands the utmost in creativity. They will hold your food boxes here for a fee. Laundry, hot showers, a cell phone, and a restaurant bring all the comforts of home to your tired body. Red's Meadow Resort. There's a restaurant as well as a store. Of course you'll have to be creative. Rental cabins and a hot spring are nearby. Tuolumne Meadows. It's only one building with a campground, but you'll be surprised what you can find here. A good supply of Ben & Jerry's, among other things. There's also a post office and a grill. Bridgeport, a 33-mile hitch down into the valley, but it has everything. Echo Lake Resort has a small store that demands creative resupply impulses. There's a post office and some phones. Most hikers use them to call the Tahoe Sunset Lodge. The owner drives the 11 miles up there for free pickup. You'll then be exposed to a city that has everything, even casinos. Sierra City. It's perched on the side of a mountain a mile and a half from the trail. The grocery store requires your creativity. There's also a laundry. The small town also has restaurants and lodging. After switchbacking downhill for 7 knee-aching miles, you drop into Belden Town. One building houses the shower and laundry. The other building houses the restaurant, post office, and a small store. Be creative. Rental cabins are available. And you thought the hot, waterless stretches were just a dim memory. Old Station is your last stop before the Hat Creek Rim. Be creative. There's also a restaurant and a post office. Bernie Falls State Park has a tiny camp store with a handful of expensive items. Your creativity will be tried to the max here. You can also pick up packages here and camp nearby. The town of Castella offers the hiker a medium-sized grocery store with pretty good selections. The post office is next door. The state park has showers and a site reserved for PCT hikers. A 10-mile hitch gets you to Etna. It has everything you need. You walk miles and miles on a gentle downslope until you find Syad Valley at the bottom. A couple of places offer showers and camping. The one building houses the post office, a small grocery store, and a restaurant, home of the Pancake Challenge. Oregon's resupply network is the least stable of all 3 states and the most dependent upon the whims of others. Resorts that go out of business or change ownership, stations that are dependent upon the volunteer efforts of others, help make the resupply here shaky at best. From supermarkets to Shakespeare, Ashland has everything. When you get to the trail crossing at Hyatt Lake Road, you have 3 choices. Walking left 3/10 of a mile brings you to a BLM campground with showers and a phone. Another 6/10 of a mile brings you to Hyatt Lake Resort, where the closet-sized concession stand has more fish bait than human food. Any packages must be sent here by UPS or FedEx only. And finally, another 4/10 of a mile walk brings you to the Camper's Cove, where there's a campground, restaurant, and a small store. Go ahead, be creative. Crater Lake. At the bottom of the mountain is a small but well-stocked store oriented to the hiker. At the top of the mountain, where the lake is, you'll find an all-you-can-eat restaurant and the lodge which holds your packages. Cascade Summit. There's no summit here, just a really small store and a phone. There's also showers and camping. Elk Lake Resort. The medium-sized store also has a grill. A pleasant break from all the mosquitoes you'll be fighting. Olali Lake Guard Station. This is it. The ranger volunteers to pick up packages in town and distribute them to hikers passing through. Let's hope he continues. The tiny lakefront store will stretch your, by now, well-developed creative resupply abilities as well as your wallet. Timberline Lodge. Don't let its size fool you. All it's got is a ski shop downstairs where you pick up your packages and can get a few basic hiking items. There's a cafeteria upstairs and some vending machines. Cascade Locks is to the PCT what Damascus is to the AT. Hikers are welcome here, and they camp on the lawn at the marina. Everything you need is here. Washington has the fewest resupply points of any state, but it doesn't present a problem since you're in such good shape and you can cover the miles so easily. White Pass has a restaurant, condos for rent, and a small mini-mart with espresso bar and a laundry. Use this place only to receive mail. You can't mail out from here. Snoqualmie Pass. There's 2 mini-marts here, along with a pizza shop, a bus stop, and lodging. The post office is housed in the one mini-mart. The bed and breakfast is a half-mile down the hill. At Stevens Pass, the ski complex is closed for the summer, and the small store probably will be closed too, but the phone still works. A 17-mile hitch down to the town of Skykomish gives you restaurants, lodging, and mini-marts. Stehekin sits on the edge of beautiful Lake Chelan. The outside world gets here by ferry. You get here by walking 2,600 miles. There's a phone, a post office, a small camping store, a restaurant, and a very small food store. I don't need to state the obvious.
Advantages, you get to share a lot of the experiences together, and you can take that home with you and be able to relate to each other. You have somebody to talk about the good times and the bad times and what thru hiking is all about. The disadvantages, God, what would be the disadvantages?
Well, I just think the day in and day out, with each other, that just like in any relationship, doing anything, that's just gonna,
You definitely, you're not thinking about yourself. You're thinking about 2 people in all your decisions. I'm not sure that's a disadvantage, but it might cause you to go a little bit slower at certain times. I've been injured, and she's had to slow down for me a number of times.
Sometimes the miles go by really fast because you're talking about something or a topic comes up, or we start playing these movie games where you name 2 movies, 2 separate movies, and try to hook actors together, just a game to pass the time, and miles really fly by. And when you get into camp, you have people there you can talk with, or our big thing was playing hacky sack. Kind of, stretches you out for one, but it's very relaxing, and it's nice to be with a group of people as the sun goes down and you can just watch it. But then it's also nice to be alone and watch the sun go down too.
You get to split weight, you get to split the tent weight, you get to split the stove, you get to split the water filter, which we do carry a water filter. And we do get to split food somewhat, but that's basically one-on-one. And that's, that's the physical, topical advantage. But I think one of the biggest advantages is you always have someone there to confide in. The disadvantage of hiking with someone is that you always have to make compromises. And you lose some of your spontaneity because you're always, well, do I want to stop at this lake, or do I want to stop at this river? No. And there is a group mentality that comes about where usually you hike slower in a group, because usually one of that group wants to stop at a rest area, and therefore the whole group stops.
It ended up being too big of a group with different, personality dynamics, and we almost immediately broke off from each other, and that wasn't out of animosity in any way. It seemed like too many people and very strong personalities, and that was probably the best thing that could have happened. And since then, I've hiked with one person exclusively, and hiked in and out of groups of up to 6 again, and then back down to 2 at times, just the 2 of us. And I love interacting with people, so that's been a wonderful experience. And I've really enjoyed interacting with the people that are hiking their own hike, and we just happen to coincide. So if we don't stay at the same place at night, that's fine, and if we do, that's great too, and that's been enjoyable. I think one of the disadvantages as compared to hiking solo is that, sometimes people that I haven't started with, may want to jump onto our schedule, and it doesn't allow for as much flexibility or as much space and solitude. And I'm a solitude freak sometimes, so it can be frustrating. My one hiking partner and I communicate exceptionally well, so that helps a whole lot when group decisions need to be made, and that's just a matter of compromise, which can be difficult in itself and is definitely more complex than hiking alone, but at the same time, there are a lot of benefits. I went through a lot of areas on this trail where I definitely didn't want to go through them alone, and I didn't have to, and I've had a great friend the whole way with me and good company.
I'm lucky. I've done most of the trip now with probably the best hiking partner I possibly could have. Great guy, known him for a long time, but yet even as well as I know him, he's still he's a pain sometimes. It's inevitable to it seems to get on each other's nerves. All the little things you didn't know about a guy or didn't know about a person, after 1,000 miles maybe they're still not so bad. After 1,500 they start to get to you, and it was more important, I think, for him to get to Canada than it was for me. And when you get to the point where you start pushing miles and having to put your miles in to get to Canada before it snows, it caused some friction. I had a stretch where I was sick, and we were still doing 25 miles a day, even though I was sicker than a dog. And then when we started talking about the next section, while I was sick, it's like, well, I want to take an extra day to do this section. He's like, no, I think we should still do it in that. Sometimes that comes off as like, well, he doesn't care about that I'm sick, and you just manifest things that maybe aren't there. And so you get on each other. And it's inevitable, I think, that you go through times where you just want to get away from each other, and carrying one tent, one stove, you don't necessarily have the time to get away from each other. Even though you're traveling together with someone or decide to have 2 stoves, 2 tents, to have all that stuff, even in a send-ahead box, or have it accessible so you can get away, is a major thing. It's hard to think about the events and things that are going to happen before you actually leave. We had hiked a lot together and spent a lot of time together the last few years, even 2 months of hiking through the Sierras last year. and would have thought that we, had all our problems, all of our quirks that bother each other worked out and prepared for them. And you can't prepare for them because of how your mental state changes on the trail. It's a little tougher to realize what's going to happen.
Please know how you and your hiking partner are going to deal with each other out there before you go out there. Long-distance hiking community is full of stories of the people who were roommates in college for 4 years, the happily married couple, etc., almost killed themselves, each other out there on the trail. You have to have, not that this is just a friend and you have a good time with this person in civilization, but what's it going to be like on the trail? You need to spend some time hiking together. You need to spend some time discussing gear, who's going to carry what. It almost is never that two people are equally matched, so the communal gear should be split 50-50. But that almost never cuts the mustard. Someone's going to wind up carrying more than the other person, and that's just normal. And you have to understand all this and accept it before you go out. So the better you can be informed about your hiking partner, the better this is going to be for both of you. I was on a trip on the Appalachian Trail many years ago, and a couple was spending their honeymoon doing 400 miles of the Appalachian Trail. On the 6th day, the woman quit. So in a lean-to, 2 nights later, was Roger, the bridegroom, okay, with me and 2 other guys. I said, Roger, is there something wrong with this picture? You're on your honeymoon, and your wife isn't here. Just dwell on this a little bit. So finally, after about 2 more stubborn days, he gave up and went home. Well, the whole point is, it wasn't they weren't supposed to be on the Appalachian Trail. It's they came out totally uninformed about how they're going to hike as a couple. Okay, even if you're an experienced hiker and your partner's an experienced hiker, you should have some experience hiking together as a team before you go out there. The more you can eliminate that, the more you can eliminate this unnecessary psychological misery that you can dole out on each other because things are happening that you didn't fantasize when you fantasize what a wonderful, carefree experience this is. Hiking is not fun. It's rewarding and it's not fun. And you have to understand there's going to be a lot of work and what it's going to be like to be working as a team. That's incredibly important. We have very close friends who, when they through hike together, are together constantly. Karen and I need to give each other space, especially when we're hiking. I tend to be a faster hiker, so I've taken on certain chores that are going to make it convenient for me to be ahead or behind her. So like I may sit down at a trail junction and write 3 postcards on a climb while I'm waiting for her to come along. Or if we're starting a climb, I may say, you're going to be slower on this one than I would be, so I'm going to stop here and do a survey of our food for the next 3 days and get that sorted out, and then I'll catch up with you. Or, as I probably mentioned, some different contexts, in rainy weather, I may go ahead and find the campsite and get the campsite established. Then there's times when you have to be together. If there's any route finding, you can't have one person ahead and one person behind, because how are you going to know where you're supposed to be? So on those rare occasions when suddenly, and this is rare on the PCT, where there are some serious route finding questions, you've absolutely got to be together, and that's not a good point to sulk because the other person is faster or because you're slow or whatever the combination is. At that point you have to say, well, now we have to find some commonly acceptable way to move forward. That's usually at the pace of that's invariably at the pace of the slower person, because they don't want to go that slow. That's simply that's as fast as they can go usually. And you have to understand all of this stuff, and you're not running through the meadows like the sound of music. There's a lot of work out there.
The tennis shoe thing didn't work for me. I think I'm going to stick with boots. But a lot of people have found tennis shoes to work for them, and for sure they're lighter. And when you're going uphill, when you're picking your feet up, I can tell a difference.
Personally, I like the idea of lightweight shoes. I've always had trouble with the heavyweight boots.
Started out with running shoes. In fact, I've got a dozen pair at home.
I've tried tennis shoes, and for me they didn't really work too well. I blew my arches out and I had to suffer for a couple weeks with that. Could have been due to that I had a heavy pack, I guess, it was 40 pounds.
If you're going to wear sneakers, you really have to do the whole thing. Like you can't just You can't just wear sneakers and still carry 60 pounds or whatever. It all sort of ties together. It's a whole style of hiking.
I guess I'm kind of hard-headed because I thought, well, yeah, going light makes sense, but I have all this stuff and I'm bringing it. And I thought hiking in tennis shoes, well, that doesn't, you know, you need the boots. And so I was a little hard-headed, and then after about 100 miles, I said, well, yeah, maybe hiking in tennis shoes does make sense, and I tried it, and so I agree with him in that respect that going light is the way to go, but I don't think I take it to the extreme he does, which maybe in the future I will, after I get more comfortable out in the woods and don't need this and don't need that.
I think Jardine has a tremendous influence I've seen on people. And the concept as a whole makes very good practical sense. But when it has to be used completely as a whole, you have to be hiking with a partner that you're sharing gear. And but if you go solo, you better practice. You better feel good about it, because the PCT gets too remote and it's too rugged, and the weather conditions get too gnarly to take chances with regarding to clothing, food, shelter, comfort. So I think there should be a big caveat, big asterisk on his philosophy that overall it's good, but taking in minutia can be very bad.
I will say that strictly from personal observation that I have seen many more instances of stress fractures and severe foot problems on this trail than I have seen on other trails. I think that one thing that Ray suggests is critically important. If you're going to go in running shoes, you've got to have an ultralight pack, which means that you've got to be a strong hiker who knows what she or he's doing. I don't think that a beginner can start out with a 45-pound fat pack and running shoes. I think that is going to put just too much pressure on unbroken-in feet. But even so, some of the people who had stress fractures and have had to leave the trail are people who were hiking with 20 and 25-pound packs and running shoes and doing the big mileage.
The only problems I would have with the book is that it puts it in a way that, you know, this is the way you should do it, and there's no way you should do it. I mean, I think too much of us are alike as it is.
Ray laid it out and said, you know, if you want to do it, this is how you can do it, which was nice, because most reaction you get is, man, you can't do that. It's impossible. You're crazy, whatever.
Corn pasta is power food.
I eat corn pasta every night, and I love it. I would have a few more changes, but it's good. It's good stuff. If you're hungry, it's got to be good.
It's got a fun texture. It's I can't say that it gives me more energy than any other dinner.
Corn pasta you'll see all along the trail in the hiker boxes. And a hiker box, that people don't know, is you get your mail drop and you take the stuff you want, and the stuff you're sick of you throw in this other box, which is the hiker box, and other hikers can take from that. So you'll always see corn pasta in those hiker boxes, and I guess I myself have never even tried it. But people that I talk to they'll say two things. You have to cook it right, which I still don't know what that means, and you'll have to have a sauce with it.
I did try the corn pasta, but I found it was extremely expensive where I live, and it tasted okay, but it took a long time to cook, which to me meant you're going to be carrying more fuel. And I can't say that it gave me any more energy than just ordinary spaghetti or any other kind of pasta.
I was given some corn pasta, but I really didn't notice the difference. So it seems to me it's just another food. If you like it, then great. But I probably wouldn't I wouldn't rave about it.
There's again, people get literalist with Jardine and say, oh my God, gotta have corn pasta. Corn pasta gives you 10% more calories and 10% more kick than wheat pasta or sesame pasta or whatever. But if you don't like it, bring in something else. Enjoy yourself. Try corn pasta first. But it's not going to give you that much more. I mean, I'm sorry. It's a big joke. I mean, If you really like it, great, go for it. But let me put it this way. If corn pasta tasted so good, you would see it in Safeway, you know, or Albertsons, or Stater Brothers supermarkets. You can't find it there. There's a good reason for that. It's not that good tasting, and it doesn't cook that well, and it's sticky.
I hate corn pasta. So I know you don't need to eat corn pasta. And that was one thing that he really kind of got me on, is really stressed out about what kind of foods I was eating. And it is important to eat well, but I know people hiking this trail who eat cookies, you know, cookies and Fritos, and that's, you know, their main staple. And they're right there next to me. They're having an experience like I am.
The umbrella I thought about, but it was yet another item to carry. And in trying to keep the pack weight down, I decided that I was still going to have to carry very good rain gear, and the umbrella was out.
I've tried some things like the elevating your feet at night. I didn't really sort of get the hang of that. I've eventually discarded that one.
If you're going to put in more than 20 a day, you do have to walk almost 10 to 12 hours a day in order to do it. And to do that for so many days in a row is, to me, cannot be fun, even for those people who can do it. It's just got to be a drudgery after a while.
Most of his is just basic common sense, and it just takes a while for people to let go. It's like you know, that backpack for me it's so nice, and it's hard to let that thing go. But I know in time I will get a backpack that is considerably less in weight.
Where it becomes a problem is when you have the inexperienced hikers reading this book, thinking that it's the only way to go and not knowing any better. And that can be dangerous. You know, his techniques are, I think, definitely for the advanced hiker. And I think that should be made clear in his books.
Today would be like day 130, something like that, since Campo, and I'm feeling pretty run down. I guess for me, it's 80 or 82 miles to the border, and I think I can kind of do that one on adrenaline. But if it were much more than that, I don't know if I could make it, because just beating your feet to death day after day after day, and the stress on your body, just pounding it to death. I think it's a deal where you can do it for a certain amount of time, and if you rest long enough, you can keep going. But for me, I'm pretty close to the end of my fuse, I think.
I've had a lot more mental ups and downs, I think, here on this trail than I did on the Appalachian Trail. For example, right now I feel real strong. It's really nice to be here on the Oregon-Washington border. California was a really long state, and in Northern California you feel like the trail is going nowhere. It circles west, then it heads south, and then it goes north, and then it goes east again, and you're not really sure where it's going. And the heat and the dust were sort of unbearable at times. But mental fatigue is a common thing. If you're aware of it, if you recognize it, and at times if you're really stubborn, you can kind of get through that point to where everything's a lot of fun again.
I've lost 10 pounds since I started, and I knew I was going to lose about that. I'm naturally lean. I've come to a real good point about my food intake and my hiking needs for food has been about equal. I'm not hungry through large stretches like I was earlier, but physically I've got 2 nagging injuries. I've had a nagging injury in behind my left scapula that something's wrong with the tissue there, and I have to take my pack off on occasion, or I have to adjust from my left side, and it's been nagging me since the Sierras. And and I also have I strained my foot in the sisters area and my left foot, and it's almost healed, but this rocky area is every so often I catch it and it hurts.
My thigh on my left leg has been giving me problems since I entered Oregon, and I've basically just been milking it since then. But overall, I think my feet are fine. Physically, other than my leg right now, I'm feeling pretty good.
Head was hurting this morning from too many beers last night. Feet are doing pretty good. Lost a toenail. Had big toe has been numb since the high Sierra, but starting to get more feeling back. Shoulders are fine. Hips are fine. Have serious chafing problem in the groinal area, but I've switched from Desitin to cornstarch, which works great, which I definitely recommend carrying.
I thought when I started this hike, I thought, okay, you'll be sore maybe the first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then after your body will get in shape and you'll be in tune, you'll be used to doing this mileage. But so my body really didn't get used to it. As far as in the morning when I wake up, I still kind of grunt, or after a break, even a half hour sitting down, I get up and go ugh, and straighten up. And in the morning I start out, my feet are, right when I get up, they're still achy, and then they kind of break in. But near the end of the day, around 20, 25 miles, they get a little sore walking, especially if the trail's rocky or whatnot.
My left ankle gives me a lot of trouble once in a while, mostly because it's the one I turn the most often. It's my weakest part of the whole thing. And my shoulders, once in a while, if I've been hiking for, well, under 3 or 4 hours, without stopping, they're going to start to tell me that if you take one more step, I'm going to dump you on your face, So other than that, no pain. It's really been good for me. I've lost, well, up to my daughters, I've lost 37 pounds.
To be honest, I feel better on this trail than I did on the Appalachian Trail. I think 2 things that have really made a difference are religiously taking vitamins every night, and I take calcium pills too, and having my hiking sticks. I have bad knees and ankles, and really worked them over on the AT, and the poles seem to help a lot with that. I still have aches and pains every day, and the pounding of the feet, but there's some things that don't go away when you're long distance hiking.
I feel like I've pulled a muscle in the front part of my leg here, and the reason for that is probably I've been pushing high miles through Northern California and Southern Oregon, trying to get a little bit ahead of schedule so that I can start to relax. It's the pressure on time again, and so just pushing myself a little bit too hard. I think I injured my leg, and what that's meant for me is just I've taken a few days off. I've had to forget about getting ahead of schedule, and now I'm just hoping to get healthy and continue on and finish the trail before it gets too snowy.
I would like to think that I will be more generous when I get back again because of the incredible amount of generosity that has been shown to me on the trail.
It's brought us closer together. We were married in '95, and when you spend, 6 months in a small tent together, you really get to know your partner very well. And I've known Kia since the 8th grade, since '79, and we have a bond that will never be broken, and the trail has brought that to us.
You're putting things down to a raw emotion out on the trail, and I think what I've really learned and observed is that when you shed your masks and things that you kind of hide behind, it's easy to learn about yourself and about other people that way and grow from it.
I'm trying to get out and meet people, which can be a little problem with myself. I'm usually a little shy. I'm working on meeting day hikers. This is a good tip for if you're doing a through hike. You can really get lots of food off day hikers and things if you go out and talk to them, this can be hard to do, but you just sort of walk up to them and say hi.
You're happy with who you are. You're proud of yourself. You know, you have a lot of confidence in what you're doing. You have a lot of pride in what you're doing. You have it's a very positive, supportive environment socially on this trail, which I mean, it really blew me away, and it may be that social atmosphere that makes through hiking so addictive. One of the big things.
The PCT is going to force you to interact with humans, and it'll probably reaffirm that you need them and they're good, and don't. I mean, as much as they piss you off, remember they're a necessary part of life.
I think I'll pick up a lot more hitchhikers now.
Someone asked me the other day what I've learned, and immediately, without thinking about it, I said patience, which was surprising because I didn't think that, but really, I have learned patience with myself, and with myself. I'm sure, another thing that I've learned is I've been an outsider, which has been cool. Coming into Timberline Lodge, I was this gross, gravelly-looking guy, and there's this big sort of marathon run leaving from there with all these hipster, clean-cut young folks, and they were like, who is this kid, this vagrant? Which was really good for me to see that sort of side of life. And another time, I showed up at a Lolly guard station, frozen from so much rain. I just ran there to get my package and showed up, and the guy's like, here's your package, go back outside. And it was raining, he had this big fire, and I learned, if someone comes a knocking at my door in that same position, say, hey brother, come on in. Also, the trail has been quite humbling, it's been tough, and it's taught me a lot. Got into Wrightwood and got my box sitting on the steps of the post office, and this guy says, hey, you going to Canada? I said, yeah. He says, you're never going to make it. And I said, damn, man, what's up with that? And so that got me a little down, and the next second this car pulls up, and the Rice brothers are in it with this couple who ended up taking me in. I took showers at their house, did laundry, and the woman made sandwiches for us to take with us on the road, and it was just an incredibly awesome experience just to have these generous people take us in, and that taught me a lot, that I want to be like that. So.
I do want to get a different type of job, and I don't care what it pays. I just want to be outside and enjoy my time I have here on this planet. I don't want to sell my time just to the highest bidder.
In the Sierras, when you're surrounded by 3,000 or 4,000 foot granite walls, just big rocks on all four sides of you, and you look up at the stars at night, and you just feel so insignificant. You just don't know what your place is on this earth. And nothing very important after that. It's just, I don't know what to say about it. It's just kind of a feeling all kind of private, I guess.
A lot of things are insignificant. A lot of the everyday things are really insignificant, and there's only, basically a couple laws or a couple rules that you have to apply to, and once you do, you really simplify your life.
One of the things for me that has changed the most is my awareness, a little more acute to what bothers other people with my own personality, because of having hiked with constantly with my friend for so long. It makes you a little more self-reflective on what you say and do and how it directly affects people around you.
This trail has put a lot of things about my life into perspective, mostly how I would like to hike in the future. Slower.
It doesn't matter how slowly I walk or how slow one foot goes in front of the other or how arduous it is, but as long as I keep putting one foot in front of the other and I have a goal, that I will get where I'm going. And that's a trail lesson, but it's also a life lesson.
It's not exactly what I expected. I expected Pacific Crest Trail. I expected to see a lot of ridge walking on the actual crest, the Pacific Divide, and it's not exactly that. I think it's probably 5 or 10% that, and there's a lot of boring sections. I would say, think it over and make sure it's something you want to do before you really put the time and effort into saying and doing that. But all in all, I think I would recommend the trip. It's definitely worth it. But there's a whole lot of days you just got to put your head down and say, you can't see anything today. There's really no pretty places that I'm going to stop by today. But day after tomorrow, I'm going to be there.
Go as light as you can. And I would say be determined. Because if you have enough determination, you'll do it if you want to. If it's not something you really want to do, then just go for a short time and do something else. But if you really want to do the whole thing and you're determined enough, you'll do it. I did it. I don't have any special skills at all for hiking. I made it.
Do it. And once you get to the trail, everything works itself out. Don't worry too much about your equipment. You see, oh, I don't need this, you get rid of it. You see, oh, I need something else, you buy it. So, you get yourself to the trail, to the border, and from there it starts.
Don't be concerned with people that are hiking faster than you or have a different style of hiking. When we left Campo, that kind of got to me at first. But then I realized I'm an individual and I'm doing this my own way, and I will learn from my own mistakes. And once I came to that conclusion, it was much smoother.
Think of yourself as having a clean slate when you come out here, a new personality, and being very open to what you experience and how you go about your hike.
Something someone said about me. They said that my biggest advantage that I have over anybody else on this trail, so I'm willing to try anything. So if you can get that, if you can try absolutely anything, like trying the no sleeping bag thing for a while, that failed, but at least I tried it. Okay, I've tried an awful lot of new things, and learning what works and what doesn't work can be the difference between finishing the trail and not finishing.
Think about what you want out of it, how you want to do it, and be creative. This is the only 97 PCT through hike I'll ever do. So, but it's certainly like no other experience that I could ever imagine.
If it's not what you want to do, don't spend an entire summer of agony doing something because you told your friends you were going to do it, or because the Sierra club sponsored you, or whatever reason you have for being out there, if it's not fun for you, go home and do something that's fun. I think it'd be the worst thing in the world to get through with a summer and just sit back and look at it and not have any positive thoughts about it. So the one thing you've done when you did the first 400 miles of the trail is, hey, you did what a whole bunch of other people didn't do. You had the guts to come out and give it a shot.
The bad times will pass, and the good times will last forever.
That you can stay happy while you're hiking, I think that's much more important than your pack weight or mileage.
If any woman wanted to do the trail, I would say go. Do the trail, because you'll enjoy it if you like hiking. And I wouldn't even worry about going alone. I went alone the entire time. I did the whole AT by myself in sections, and maybe I was fortunate. I never had any trouble with any people. I never ran into any problems that I either couldn't solve, or I waited for other people to come along and give me a hand.
Carry 50% more food than you think. Use the resupplies as often as possible. Carry only what you need through that period that you can, and be prepared to make adjustments as so fit.
Try to get as much information as you can on through hiking from as many people who have done it, and then go through it all and pick out what seems to be what seems to fit you the best.
I never thought I'd be, fording rivers and crossing high mountain passes, and I was so scared at first, but after you do a couple of them, then it's just like, oh, okay, here's another pass, here's another river, and it's amazing. You just see yourself get stronger and more confident, and you don't even think about it, and you just, it's just amazing that you can do it.
Look at the glow.
Go hike the John Muir Trail. I'd say go hike it, plan 12 to 15 mile days, do a couple 20s, see if you like it. And if you do, hey, go for it. If you don't, maybe stick with the weekend trips or do something else. Go to Europe.
Don't worry about the small stuff, because everything seems to take care of itself out here. Don't worry about equipment breaking, because if it does or it fails somehow, you'll maybe be out for a day or two and that's it. So don't worry about having every little thing you need with you. Just go out and hike it, and things will take care of themselves.
My advice is to drink a lot of water.
Go as light as you're comfortable with, not as light as anybody else is doing. As light as you're comfortable with doing, and push that comfort level, but stay with it. And because this is something that you want to enjoy. It's a challenge. It's a personal challenge for you, but you have to enjoy it. Otherwise, you're going to get off, and then you won't do your challenge. You won't finish.
And water's what oils your joints.
Research, research, research.
People too often are willing to tell you how great it was and how incredible the trail was and how much they loved it and it changed them, and they don't necessarily tell you the misery that you might go through while you're doing it. But getting some of the material that's out and just reading through it, just by doing that, you'll gain some confidence.
Do a smaller trail first. There's lots of, or do a section of trail. I mean, basically, rather than just jump into it, kind of build up to it. Do a weekend, and rather than following anybody's advice too much, just sort of learn as you go and form your own opinions. And if you just keep on digging it, then start hiking longer trails. And pretty soon you'll be on a video.
Remember, there's no one way to do this trip, and the fact that your hiking partner is urging you to do 20 miles a day, or the fact that you've done big mileage in the past, or that you've read a book that says that you should be starting at a certain number of miles a day if you want to get to, Canada by a certain time, is neither here nor there. For the first week, cut yourself some slack And I would say that the most important thing that you can do is take care of your feet. You've got to start out in a broken-in system of footwear. If you're going to start out with sneakers and wool socks, make sure that you've hiked around in those sneakers and those wool socks to make sure that they fit. Realize that your feet are going to swell, they're going to get bigger. If you have any sort of sign of a hot spot or a potential blister, stop the exact same second that it happens and take care of the problem. Don't try and tough it out. You're going to be paying for that kind of mistake for hundreds of miles if you start out with your feet completely trashed. And I've just seen it time and time again, and there's no way of overemphasizing how important that is.
On a golden autumn day returning, where each moment never is the same, and feel joy that sometimes comes with patience. When I'm waiting on waiting game, when I'm waiting on waiting game. Must be a reason for all this inaction. Doesn't mean that everything must change. Sometimes I'm looking for perfection. When I'm waiting on waiting game, when I'm waiting on waiting game, I am the observer who is observing. I am the brother of the snake. I am the serpent filled with venom. God of love and the God of hate. There is a presence deep within you. Sometimes they call it higher flame. And the leaves come tumbling down, remember. I'll be waiting on waiting game. I'll be waiting on waiting game. Observer who's observing. I am the brother of the snake. I am the serpent filled with venom. The God of love and the God of hate. There is a presence deep within you. Some people call it higher power in flame. when the leaves come tumbling down. Remember, I'll be waiting on waiting game. I'll be waiting on waiting game. One more time.
One thing that's really sort of strange about the thru hikers is that, like, what we're thinking is they go through all of the trail in the basically the worst possible time to complete it, and I can't imagine like walking for 4 months, 5 months, and like fighting Mother Nature the whole way, whereas like we're just sort of sitting back, grooving, like coming with what's given to us. Like, pick the best time to hike the section that you're getting off on.
I'd say it's a huge accomplishment, something that to finish the whole trail, but for sure just by doing it slower, I think that we're getting to check out the scenery more, stop and just go, wow.
You have to go through the Sierras at an ungodly time. It's not only a tremendous amount of snow there, but the mosquitoes, as anybody knows has ever been through there, are enough to drive you to drink. I have hiked in the Sierras a lot, and I know to stay out of there at that time of the year, and I know what it's like. So that was one of the factors, and just the simple reason is that I can't do that many miles a day. I can crank out 20 now and then, but to do it for 5 months in a row is just more than I think I probably could do and really want to do.
You're making a sacrifice in a way when you're hiking the trail in 1 year. You're not doing the side trips that you want to sometimes due to time and energy. Sometimes you just don't have the calories to get up to the top of a summit that you wanted to climb back there in Oregon.
I wanted to be out of doors for an extended period of time, and so I chose the thru hike so I could be outside for 4 or 5 months in one shot.
For me, the romance of going from Mexico to Canada is important. I really kind of get a charge out of that.
With thru hiking, especially on, when you're around a lot of people, you kind of develop a community, and you can keep that the whole way, and you have support, which I don't think is developed to such a grand scale if you're just section hiking, because the hike is truncated.
There's a lot of benefits to the idea of section hiking the trail. There's areas that definitely cause a lot of misery, and that you don't want to. You hike through them when you're through hiking, but you don't want to necessarily. You just, they're either overgrown with scrub and logs, or they're just plain hot and miserable.
I've felt pressure. I've been sort of like eyeing the calendar the whole way through. It's been a game of miles for me a lot of the way.
On the AT, there was much more leisure in my hiking, and I don't have that out here. I feel guilty for taking 3-hour breaks, and so I don't. I feel guilty for taking more than one day off in town, so I don't. I feel guilty for taking side trips. I'm fearful of not being able to finish, so I don't. And that's been really hard for me to want to be able to hike it differently than I am. And if I were to do it again, I'd definitely do it in 2 seasons.
Most of the through hiker in one season that I have met are in pain. And I have boo-boos, you know, I do, but I am not in that kind of pain, you know. But that's a big difference. I think it's a surrounding. This trail is in nature, and you know, and pass by incredible places, and I think a lot of through hikers don't see it. They are more on the walking.
If you're doing section hikes, you travel quite often by car or bus to little communities that you get to visit near, on, or adjacent to the trail, and spend more time there than you do and see things that surround the trail. Well, when you're through hiking, you sort of have blinders on and you're on this narrow corridor. What I really would say to anybody is, if you start a through hike and you decide you want to switch to a section hike because this thing is physically or mentally too tough, you know, no one's going to hang you for this. I mean, you made the decision to do the through hike, now make the decision to do the section hike. This is a lot of your time, a lot of your money, a good chunk of your life is going to be spent doing this. You know, 6 months out of anyone's life, no matter how young you are, is a lot of time. And you've probably made certain sacrifices, financial, social, professional, to be here. You should do whatever you need to do to enjoy that.
Through hiking is a mental, emotional, and physical challenge. It's all or nothing deal. So you either adopt that I'm going to do this philosophy, or you don't. Section hiking, you can always end your section a little early and do the section next time. Through hiking is a matter of going start to finish. So it's mentally it's a much more of a mental commitment. So section hiking doesn't approach it.